Konoha tried to make a weapon, they built a fucking demon instead. Blacklight Naruto rips throats, consumes legends, body slams tailed beasts, and turns the bloody mist into paradise while railing Mei. Akatsuki dissolved. Villages terrified. This is the oh shit story you didn't know you needed. Raw, cursed, legendary.
Let me tell you how a village died before it knew it was dead. There is a boy standing in a field outside the land of waves. He is 13 years old by the calendar and something far older by every measure that matters. His arms hang at his sides, and what hangs from those arms is wrong. Black fluid running between his fingers, dripping into grass that wilts on contact, pooling around feet that have already sunk an inch into soft earth because whatever he is weighs more than a body his size has any right to weigh. Behind him, the field stretches 50 meters in every direction, and every meter of that field holds bodies. They are pinned to the ground by black spikes that erupted from the boy's torso 3 seconds ago, impaled through chests and throats and legs, some of them still twitching in the way meat twitches when the brain has already stopped sending signals, but the nerves refuse to accept the news. There were 400 men in this field, mercenaries, armed, experienced in killing for money, 400 men, and the boy did this between one breath and the next. He turns his head. There is a woman standing on the rise above the field, tall, auburn hair falling past her shoulders, a knowing curve to her mouth that should feel out of place given what she just witnessed, but somehow does not. She has been fighting a war for years. She has seen worse than death. She has never seen death delivered like this. Total, instant, and utterly indifferent. The boy looks at her. His eyes are wrong. Something behind the blue burns red and hot and viral. Something that fires instincts in every living thing within range. And yet this woman does not step back. She meets those eyes with her own and tilts her head, and the smile she gives him is the kind of smile that would make lesser men walk into traffic. That is the moment I understood. Whatever Danzo Shimura thought he was building when he strapped an 8-year-old to a table and pushed a needle into his arm, whatever classified document framed this as a stabilization protocol for the nine-tailed seal, whatever Root believed they were creating in that facility, buried beneath Konoha's streets, what they actually created was a thing that would unmake the shinobi world as completely as fire unmakes paper. And by the time anyone in a position of authority understood what was walking among them, it had already consumed enough of their infrastructure to make opposition a formality rather than a strategy. But I am getting ahead of myself. Let me start at the beginning. Let me start in the room where a child died and something else opened his eyes. The facility sits 40 meters below the Foundation's administrative wing, accessible through 3 separate concealed entrances and protected by seals that would take a team of Uzumaki lineage specialists a full week to dismantle. Danzo built it during the Second War when oversight was a luxury nobody could afford, and he never dismantled it because oversight remained a luxury he chose to ignore. The room at the facility's lowest level is 15 meters square. Concrete walls reinforced with steel lattice, lit by industrial fluorescents that wash everything the same dead color. There is a table in the center of the room. The table has restraints built for an adult. Leather straps with chakra-suppressing seals sewn into the material, and the body on the table is too small for them. The straps have been tightened to the smallest setting, and they still hang loose around wrists that belong to an 8-year-old boy. Naruto Uzumaki. Blonde hair matted with something clear and chemical. Hospital gown 2 sizes too large. 3 IV lines running into his left arm, and a 4th, the one that matters, feeding something into his right that no human medical practice would recognize. The fluid in the 4th line is wrong. It moves against gravity when the line shifts. It pulses with a rhythm that has nothing to do with the drip mechanism feeding it. It is alive in the way that fire is alive, consuming and spreading and growing in every direction it is given access to. And the direction it has been given access to is the interior of a child's body. The room holds 6 root operatives, 1 medical specialist, and a monitoring station. The medical specialist is watching readouts that have been deteriorating for 6 minutes. Heart rate dropping, chakra output falling, core temperature decreasing at a rate that suggests the body is simply stopping. Lord Danzo approved this compound? The specialist asks. He has asked this 3 times in the last hour. Nobody answers him because the answer does not change, and his job is to observe, and root operatives do not repeat information for the comfort of subordinates. The heart monitor flatlines. The specialist reaches for the defibrillation unit, and a root captain grabs his wrist. That was the expected outcome. Wait, he's dead. Wait. The room holds its breath. The monitoring station displays zeros across every metric. Heart rate, 0. Chakra output, 0. Core temperature, still dropping. The body on the table is a corpse by every measurement a medical professional has available to them. And the 6 root operatives in the room watch it the way hunters watch a trap they have set for something they are uncertain they want to catch. 1 minute passes. 2. The fluorescents buzz. The IV fluid in the 4th line has stopped dripping because there is nothing left to pump it into. But the fluid inside the tube still moves, still pulses. At the 2-minute and 14-second mark, the heart monitor screams. Every readout spikes simultaneously. Heart rate, impossible numbers. Chakra output, beyond the sensor's measurement ceiling. Core temperature rising so fast the specialist steps backward because the heat rolling off the table hits him like opening an oven door. The body convulses once, a single full body seize that pulls the leather restraints taut and snaps the 2 on the left side. Because whatever is happening to the muscle tissue beneath that skin has made it far stronger than it was 7 seconds ago. The boy's eyes open. They are blue. Then they are red. Then they are something between the 2 that has no name in any language spoken in the 5 great nations. The body does not move for 3 seconds. Those 3 seconds feel longer than they are because every root operative in the room has been trained to recognize the moment an engagement begins. And the moment those eyes opened, something began. They feel it in their spines. They feel it in the places instinct lives before training can override it. The thing on the table is looking at the ceiling, and something about the way it is looking at the ceiling communicates that it is processing information at a speed and depth that the ceiling is simply the first thing available rather than the thing it is interested in. Then it sits up. The remaining restraints tear like paper. The medical specialist is already moving toward the door. The root captain is already drawing steel. The thing that was Naruto Uzumaki looks at its hands. The skin is pale, faintly luminous in the fluorescent light, and beneath the skin there is movement. Black threads visible through translucent tissue, flowing and branching and rerouting like rivers seen from above. The fingers flex. The joints move in ways joints should not move, testing range of motion that exceeds what a human skeleton allows. It turns its head and looks at the root captain who has drawn a blade. Let me tell you what happens next, because understanding this moment is understanding everything that comes after. The captain is a 17-year veteran of root operations. He has killed in excess of 200 targets across his career. His reaction time is measured in fractions of seconds that most shinobi would consider impossible. When the thing on the table looks at him, he reads the situation faster than any civilian could. Threat assessment, distance calculation, the recognition that whatever is in front of him is no longer the asset they were attempting to modify. And he crosses the 4 meters between his position and the table in a fraction of a second, blade leading, aimed at the throat, because the standing kill order for compromised experiments prioritizes immediate neutralization. The blade connects. It opens the boy's throat from ear to ear. Blood, except it is wrong, too thick, too dark, moving with a current that has nothing to do with arterial pressure, spills down the hospital gown for approximately 1.5 seconds. Then the wound closes. The flesh knits. The blood flows backward, re-entering the cut, the edges sealing themselves shut with a faint wet sound that the captain's training has no file for. The tissue does not scar. It does not even slow. One moment there is a lethal wound across a child's throat, and the next there is unmarked skin. And the eyes above that skin are looking at the captain with the expression of something that has just completed its initial assessment and arrived at a conclusion. The boy's right hand moves. What happens to it in the space between motion and completion is, well, let me describe it the way the monitoring footage captured it before the recording equipment was destroyed 14 seconds later. The fingers extend. The skin splits at the fingertips without bleeding, peeling back as something beneath pushes outward. Black, glossy, ridged like chitin, but flexible in a way chitin should not be. The fingernails are gone. In their place, 5 curved blades of hardened viral tissue extend 8 inches past where the fingertips were, tapering to points that catch the fluorescent light and split it into the wrong colors. The sound of this transformation is bone cracking, tendons popping, the wet stretch of tissue being repurposed by something that considers the human body a suggestion rather than a blueprint. Claws. The captain is dead before his body registers the motion. 5 parallel lines open across his torso from left shoulder to right hip, deep enough to sever the spine in 2 places, wide enough that the halves of him begin separating before gravity has time to pull them to the floor. What falls to the concrete does so in pieces, and the thing that cut him apart is already turning its attention to the rest of the room. The 5 remaining root operatives move in unison. They were trained for this. The simultaneous engagement of a threat that exceeds individual capacity. 3 throw kunai with perfect accuracy. 2 close distance with blades drawn. The monitoring specialist crawls toward the door and presses a silent alarm that will bring reinforcements in approximately 90 seconds. The kunai hit. They sink into the boy's torso and arms and face. The boy does not acknowledge them. The wounds close around the embedded steel, the metal pushed outward by regenerating tissue, the kunai clattering to the floor one by one as the body decides they are irrelevant and removes them the way a dog shakes off water. The 2 closing operatives reach striking distance. Their blades come in from opposite angles, a coordination attack designed to prevent a single target from defending both vectors simultaneously. The first blade takes the boy's left arm off at the elbow. The arm grows back. It takes 4 seconds. Black biomass floods from the stump, extends, hardens, shapes itself into an arm that is identical to the one lost. Same size, same skin, same fingers, except for a brief moment during the regrowth where the internal structure is visible, and what is inside that arm has nothing to do with bone or muscle or anything that belongs in a human body. It is mass. It is moving. It is alive in the way that a swarm is alive. Millions of components functioning in concert toward a single purpose. The operative who severed the arm has enough time to register what he is seeing. He has enough time to understand that his training did not prepare him for what happens when the thing you cut grows back before the cut finishes. He does not have enough time to do anything with that understanding. The boy's new arm, the one that grew back in 4 seconds, shifts. The forearm warps, expands, elongates, the skin splitting again as something massive pushes outward. Bones crack and reform with a sound like a building settling. Tissue stretches and compresses and reorganizes until what was a child's forearm is now a weapon 6 feet long. A serrated edge of compressed viral matter, black and red and dense enough that its weight visibly affects the boy's balance for the fraction of a second before his legs compensate. The blade. The swing is horizontal, and it takes the operative's head and the upper third of the concrete wall behind him in the same motion. The resistance difference between skull and reinforced concrete does not register in the speed of the swing. Both give way identically. The other 4 operatives die in sequences. I do not need to detail individually because the outcome is identical in each case: engagement, failure, death. And what matters is what happens after. What matters is the consumption. Black tendrils erupt from the boy's torso. They are thick as a man's forearm, and they move with the speed and intent of striking snakes. They latch onto the nearest body, the captain's remains, both halves. And what follows is something I need you to understand completely. The body is pulled apart. Tissue separates from bone. Bone dissolves into particulate that flows upward along the tendrils. Muscle, fat, organ, chakra pathway, every component of a human body breaks down and is absorbed into the boy's mass in a process that takes 8 seconds and leaves nothing behind. No blood stain, no fragment, no evidence that a person occupied that space 30 seconds ago. The tendrils retract and the boy's body mass increases, visibly, measurably, a child's frame filling out with something that adds density without adding visible size. And with the body comes everything else, every memory, every skill, every piece of information that brain held. The boy staggers, once, briefly, as 17 years of root operational knowledge floods into a consciousness that was 8 years old until 2 minutes ago. Facility layouts, chain of command structures, communication protocols, dead drop locations, asset lists, and a name. The name that signed the order that put him on this table, Danzo Shimura. He consumes the remaining bodies one by one. Each absorption is faster than the last as the process optimizes itself. Each body brings new information, overlapping knowledge that fills gaps and confirms patterns and builds a picture of the organization that created him with a completeness that no living intelligence operative could match. By the time the last corpse disappears into his mass, the reinforcements are 30 seconds from the door, and the boy, who is no longer a boy, knows exactly where every exit is, exactly how many personnel stand between him and the surface, and exactly what every single one of them is capable of. He looks at his hands. Black viral fluid runs between his fingers, pulsing with every beat of a heart that should have stayed stopped. The fluorescents above him flicker as his presence does something to the electrical current in the room that the wiring was never designed to handle. I am the virus, and this village is the sickness. His voice is wrong. There is a distortion beneath it, a layering, as if something else speaks in harmony with the words, at a frequency human ears register as wrongness without being able to name the specific quality. It is a child's voice with something underneath it that has no age and no origin and no reason to exist in a throat made of meat. The reinforcement team, 12 operatives, breaches the door 9 seconds later. They find an empty room, 6 puddles of dissolved organic matter where bodies should be. Monitoring equipment crushed and sparking. And no target. What follows is a horror story, and the people living it do not know they are living it until it is far too late. The facility has 3 levels between the experimentation room and the surface, 87 personnel across all 3 levels, 12 reinforcement operatives clearing downward from the primary breach point. The facility alarm is silent, internal only, by design, because Root's existence is a secret that supersedes any single operational compromise. The thing wearing Naruto's face moves through these levels like a virus moves through a body. This comparison is neither accidental nor imprecise. Level 3, a corridor with 2 guard stations. The boy approaches the first guard station wearing his own face because he has not yet learned what he can do. The guard, Root operative, designation Sparrow, reacts to the approaching child with immediate aggression because this floor is restricted to operational personnel, and a child's presence here means either a breach or a test, and Root operatives do not fail tests. He draws a short blade and advances. Naruto learns claws again. Faster this time. The fingers shift and extend in the time it takes Sparrow to close 3 meters, and the operative does not close the remaining 2 because the claws find him at the midpoint and open him from hip to skull in a single rising diagonal. The tendrils come immediately after. Faster now, more efficient, the biomass absorbing the body in 6 seconds flat, new information floods in. Sparrow's patrol routes, communication schedules, facial recognition protocols for this level, and something else, the recognition that Sparrow's face is now available. That Sparrow's voice is now available. That everything Sparrow was can be projected outward as a perfect copy because the biomass holds the template, and the template includes everything from skin tone to the way the man's left boot squeaked on the concrete floor. The boy's face shifts. Watching it happen, I need you to picture this correctly. The skin moves. It flows like liquid across the skull beneath, reshaping jawline and cheekbone and brow ridge, the hair changing color and texture and length, the body adding mass from internal reserves until what stands in the corridor is no longer a child. It is Sparrow, perfect to the last detail. The short blade sits in a hand that is exactly the right size and holds it with exactly the right grip, and anyone who knew Sparrow would see nothing wrong until they needed to. Shapeshifting, he walks past the second guard station. The operative on duty glances up, nods, returns to his monitoring station. Naruto walks past him without slowing, and the operative does not die because he is not in the way, and there is no information he provides that the first absorption did not already deliver. Level 2, a training floor. 14 operatives mid-exercise when the alarm reaches them. They form up, professional, immediate, zero hesitation. The ranking operative issues instructions through hand signals, and the formation moves toward the stairwell. They pass Sparrow in the corridor. Report, the ranking operative demands. Lower levels are compromised. The asset is moving up. Engage with extreme prejudice. Sparrow's voice, Sparrow's cadence, Sparrow's vocal tics in every syllable. The formation acknowledges and moves past him toward the stairs leading down, away from the exit, away from what they are hunting. Naruto reaches level 1 wearing a face that nobody on this floor would question. 2 additional bodies find their way into his mass on the ascent. An operative he encountered alone in a supply corridor, another standing guard at a sealed door, and each one is consumed so rapidly that the sound barely registers before it ends. The tendrils have become obscenely efficient. The process now takes 3 seconds per body. He reaches the exit. It is a concealed door behind a false wall in the basement of a civilian records building, 3 blocks from the Hokage Tower. He shifts his appearance one final time. An Anbu mask materializes across the viral mass of his face, the body beneath assuming the dimensions and uniform of a standard patrol operative, the chakra signature wrapped in something that reads as odd but does not trigger alarm, because sensors are calibrated for known threats, and what he is does not exist in any database. He walks out. The streets of Konoha pass around him. Civilians going about their evening, a vendor closing up a food stall, 2 academy students arguing about a homework assignment, the Hokage monument looming above, 4 stone faces watching a village that has no idea what just walked out from under it. He does not look back. He does not slow down. He walks to the village gate, passes the checkpoint wearing the face and credentials of a departed Anbu operative, and disappears into the tree line. By the time anyone in that facility understands what happened, by the time Danzo's personal communication network alerts him that 23 operatives are simply gone, not dead, not captured, gone, with no remains and no evidence beyond empty corridors and dissolved organic stains on concrete floors, the thing that was Naruto Uzumaki is 12 miles outside the village border and moving fast. Let me tell you about the next 3 years. He disappears into the wilderness between Fire Country and the borderlands, like a predator entering a territory that does not yet know it belongs to him. The forests beyond Konoha's patrol range are lawless in the way that all border regions are lawless. Populated by missing nin running from hunter teams, rogue shinobi selling their skills to whatever criminal enterprise offers the best rate, small bandit operations that prey on trade caravans, and the occasional desperate civilian trying to move between countries without the resources to do so safely. Every single one of these populations becomes prey. Naruto does not hunt indiscriminately. He hunts with purpose. Every target consumed adds something: skills, information, combat experience, knowledge of the wider shinobi world beyond what an 8-year-old's memories could provide. In the first month alone, he consumes 11 missing 9 ranging from D-rank deserters to a B-rank former mist operative who made the mistake of camping within 5 miles of where the boy was resting. Each consumption adds layers: taijutsu styles from 3 different villages, weapons proficiencies, tracking techniques, survival knowledge accumulated across decades of living outside hidden village infrastructure. By month 3, the thing living in those forests has the accumulated combat knowledge of over 30 professional killers and the biomass density to deploy that knowledge at a level none of those killers could have achieved individually. By month 8, the number is 60. By year 2, it exceeds 100. The wildlife knows before the ninja do. Let me tell you about that, because it matters. Animals operate on instinct, unclouded by training or ego, or the assumption that rank and experience make them safe. When Naruto enters a region, the animal population evacuates. Birds go first, whole flocks lifting from trees in waves, moving away from his position in expanding circles that a trained tracker could read like a map. Deer flee, wolves relocate, Bears, apex predators in their own right, abandoned dens they have occupied for years. The forest goes dead wherever he lingers. The silence of his presence is a signature that experienced woodsmen learn to read within the first year, and the ones who read it correctly survive because they run when the birds do. The ones who do not read it correctly, the ones who push deeper, who believe their skills or their numbers will protect them, those ones I need to tell you about directly. There is a team of 4. Missing Nin from Kusagakure. B rank, all of them. They have been running together for 3 years, surviving outside the system by taking mercenary contracts that pay well and require violence. They are comfortable delivering. They are experienced. They are competent. They have survived encounters with Hunter Nin teams and come out the other side because their teamwork is sharp and their instincts are reliable. They make camp in a clearing 12 miles northeast of the border between Fire Country and the Land of Rivers. It is a good position, elevated slightly, with sightlines in 3 directions and a rock face covering the 4th. They rotate watch shifts with the professionalism of people who have lived long enough to know that relaxing gets you killed. The first sign is the silence. The woman on first watch, a former Chunin with a wind affinity and reflexes that kept her alive through a career's worth of bad situations, notices it around the 2nd hour. The insects have stopped. No crickets, no movement in the underbrush. The night sounds of a forest in autumn have simply ended. She wakes the team leader. He listens. He trusts her instincts because her instincts have been correct enough times that ignoring them would be the kind of stupidity that kills. He wakes the other 2. They move to defensive positions without speaking. Hand signals, practice coordination, the kind of unit cohesion that only comes from years of operating together. They wait. They scan. They listen. The 3rd member, a man with a sensor ability, limited range but reliable, extends his awareness into the trees. He finds nothing. This bothers him more than finding something would, because nothing should register as nothing. He should be picking up small animals, insects, the faint signatures of normal forest life. Instead, there is a void, a radius around their camp where everything living has simply ceased to exist, and in the center of that void, there is something his sensor ability refuses to interpret. Contact, he says. I don't know what it is. I can't get a read. It's like... He never finishes the sentence. A bladed tendril erupts from the darkness between 2 trees and crosses 30 meters of open air in less time than a human eye takes to complete a blink. The whip fist wraps around the sensor's midsection, constricts once, and drags him backward into the tree line with a force that turns the sound of his departure into a brief, wet crack, followed by the rustle of branches, and then nothing. 3 seconds of complete and total stillness. The team leader moves. He is fast, genuinely fast, B-rank speed that would challenge most opponents. He throws a wind-enhanced kunai into the darkness where the tendril originated and follows it with a combination jutsu that shreds the tree line in a 10-meter arc. Branches splinter, trunks crack. The underbrush disintegrates under the pressure wave. Nothing is there. The tendril comes again, from behind them this time. The woman on first watch sees it because she is facing the right direction and because her reflexes fire faster than thought. She ducks. The bladed tip passes over her head close enough to sever 3 inches of hair and embeds in the rock face behind them with enough force to crack stone. She turns to track the tendril back to its source and finds a child standing at the edge of the clearing. 8 years old, maybe 9. Blonde hair catching moonlight, eyes that burn with something red beneath blue, and an arm that is no longer an arm, extended outward as a rope of bladed viral tissue that stretches the entire distance between where he stands and the rock face where the tip is embedded, retracting now, pulling back into a limb that reshapes itself into something resembling human anatomy, with a series of wet, cracking sounds that reach her ears half a second after she sees the motion. The woman has lived through a lot. She has killed people and watched people die and operated in the borderlands long enough that few things surprise her. What she feels looking at this child's arm reassemble itself is something beyond surprise. It is the bone-deep recognition that she is in the presence of something that exists outside every framework she has built for understanding the world. Her body tells her to run. Her training tells her to fight. Both are correct. Neither will save her. The team leader charges. He is brave. I will give him that. He crosses the distance at full speed with a blade enhanced by wind chakra that could cut through reinforced steel. His strike is aimed at the child's neck, and it connects. The blade bites through flesh. Blood flows, wrong colored, too thick, too alive. The wound closes around the blade. The flesh seals and the steel is trapped, and the team leader's hand is trapped with it because the grip is still intact when the boy's free hand comes up, shifts, and the fingers elongate into those horrible black claws. I will spare you the details of what happens next. I will tell you instead that it takes 40 seconds for the clearing to go from containing 3 living people to containing 1, and the 1 remaining is fuller now, denser, heavier with the weight of 4 more lives dissolved into its mass, 4 more lifetimes of skill and experience and memory integrated into something that grows more dangerous with every feeding. This repeats. Across 3 years, across regions, the wilderness between the major nations becomes a place where missing men vanish without trace or explanation, where bandit operations evaporate overnight, where rogue ninja with decades of experience simply stop existing. Intelligence networks in every hidden village begin noting the pattern, the frequency of disappearances, the geographic clustering that shifts over time as the source moves, the total absence of remains at every location. Nobody connects it to the boy who disappeared from Konoha. Nobody knows to look for him because, officially, Naruto Uzumaki never left. His file in the academy enrollment system shows a pending enrollment for the following year. His apartment remains registered in his name. His monthly stipend continues to deposit into an account that nobody checks because nobody cares enough about the demon child to verify that the demon child still exists. Nobody, that is, except Danzo. Let me tell you about Danzo in this period. Let me tell you what a man looks like when the thing he built to serve him is out there in the world, growing, and he is the only one who knows what it is. The report arrives on his desk 6 days after the facility breach. 23 operatives consumed. This word is in the report because the evidence at the site leaves no other interpretation. Organic residue analysis, protein breakdown patterns, structural damage consistent with something tearing through reinforced containment from the inside out. The pathogen, the compound pulled from that sealed cache outside Fire Country. The substance Roots Intelligence Division classified as a potential chakra enhancement agent, the thing they injected into a child because children are replaceable and Jinchuriki are interesting variables, has done something they did not predict. Danzo reads the report alone. He reads it twice. He sets it down and places his hand flat on the desk, and for a period of time that his adjutant later describes as unusual, he does not move or speak. Then he makes decisions. Decision 1. The incident is classified above any clearance level that exists in Konoha's official structure. No council members are briefed. No Hokage report is filed. The third will hear nothing of this, because the third hearing of this means the third hearing of Root's continued operations, and that opens a vector of political vulnerability that Danzo will accept over his own corpse, and no sooner. Decision 2. The remaining Root operatives assigned to external patrols are recalled from the specific regions where the subject might be operating. This is framed internally as a redeployment for efficiency. It is, in actuality, a withdrawal. Danzo is feeding 23 fewer operatives than he was a week ago, and every operative he sends into the field near that thing is biomass waiting to be collected. Decision 3. Monitoring. Distant, passive, employing assets who observe from ranges that exceed engagement distance and report only. If the subject approaches Konoha, Danzo will know. If the subject targets root infrastructure, Danzo will know. If the subject demonstrates capabilities beyond what the initial incident suggests, Danzo will know. What Danzo does with this knowledge, what countermeasure he develops, what strategy he builds, is nothing. Because there is nothing to develop. The reports that filter back over the following months paint a picture of something that cannot be countered by any resource he commands. The subject's biomass grows. Its capabilities expand. The missing 9 it consumes add to its arsenal in ways that make conventional threat assessment meaningless. You cannot fight something that absorbs everything you throw at it and becomes stronger for the experience. So Danzo watches, and he says nothing to anyone. And every week that passes is a week where the village council discusses routine business without knowing that the most dangerous thing the shinobi world has ever produced was manufactured in a facility their tax revenue funded. And it is out there in the forest, growing, and it remembers every single thing they did to the boy whose face it wears. 3 years pass. Naruto returns to Konoha. Let me be clear about why. He does not return out of sentiment. He does not return because the memories of the boy whose face he carries pull him back towards some nostalgic attachment to the village. He returns because Konoha is the center of a web. Intelligence networks, military assets, political infrastructure, and operating from inside that web gives him access to resources that operating from the wilderness does not. He enrolls in the academy. He does this by walking into the enrollment office wearing his own face, telling the administrator his name, and watching her scramble through files looking for paperwork that technically already exists because his enrollment was pre-filed years ago and nobody ever removed it. The administrator looks at the blonde child standing at her counter and feels something she cannot identify. Her hands move a little faster. Her eyes stay on the paperwork rather than on his face. She stamps the enrollment form, gives him a classroom assignment, and watches him leave with a relief she could not explain if you asked her directly. His time in the academy is brief and unremarkable by design. He does not display capabilities. He does not engage socially. He sits in the back row of the classroom and observes the way a researcher observes specimens through glass, and the other students give him space without being able to articulate why. The instructors note his average performance scores and move on because average does not warrant attention, and attention is what he does not want. He graduates. He is assigned to Team 7. Kakashi Hatake, former Anbu captain, holder of the Sharingan, known throughout the village as one of its most capable combat operatives. Sasuke Uchiha, last surviving member of the Uchiha clan, driven by vengeance, considered the year's top graduate. Sakura Haruno, civilian background, top academic scores, exactly the kind of person who exists in Genin teams to fill roster requirements. Kakashi arrives 3 hours late to the first meeting. This is expected because the consumed root operatives carried knowledge of Kakashi's psychological profile, and chronic tardiness ranks among his most consistent behavioral patterns. The Jonin appears on the rooftop with a wave and a smile visible through his mask, posture loose, demeanor projecting harmlessness, so effectively that anyone without consumed intelligence files might believe it was genuine. My first impression of you all is, he pauses, tilts his head, you're boring. Sasuke scowls. Sakura's expression tightens. Naruto watches with eyes that carry no expression at all and says nothing because nothing about this interaction requires his participation. The bell test happens the following morning. Training Field 3. 2 bells, 3 students. The exercise designed to teach teamwork through the pressure of artificial scarcity. Kakashi explains the rules with the relaxed authority of a man who has never lost this exercise to a Genin team, because no Genin team has ever been equipped to take these bells from him. Sakura hides in the underbrush. Sasuke takes an elevated position in the surrounding trees. Naruto stands in the open. Kakashi reads the positioning and moves toward the most exposed target because the exercise is about pressure, and the exposed target is the most efficient pressure point. He closes distance on Naruto with the easy authority of a Jonin approaching a Genin, dangerous enough that a student should feel the weight difference, measured enough that no actual harm will result. He arrives behind the boy, hooks an arm around his neck in a textbook headlock, and applies enough pressure to make the hold uncomfortable without restricting airflow entirely. You lack awareness, Kakashi says. What happens next occurs faster than the Sharingan can process on first exposure. Naruto's body loses structural cohesion. There is no other way to describe it. One moment Kakashi's arm is around a solid neck attached to a solid body, and the next his arm passes through something that has the consistency of tar, black, viscous, warm in a way that makes his skin crawl. His grip fails because there is nothing to grip. The material that was a boy's body flows through the space between his arm and his torso, slips through the gap like liquid through a sieve, and reforms behind him in less than a second. Kakashi turns. His hand is already moving to lift his headband, his single Sharingan spinning to life, because his instincts have just screamed louder than they have screamed since the last time something genuinely threatened his life. And the last time that happened, he was in Anbu, and the threat had a name in every bingo book from here to Kumogakure. Naruto stands 3 meters behind him, intact, solid. His expression carries nothing, no amusement, no effort, no acknowledgement that what just happened was unusual. He raises one hand. Kakashi throws a kunai. The motion is reflex, pure instinct overriding everything else, muscle memory deploying the nearest available weapon because the threat assessment has escalated beyond conscious thought. The kunai is aimed center mass, thrown with Jonin-level force and accuracy. Naruto catches it. One hand. No visible effort. His fingers close around the blade in flight, and the sound of the catch is a single sharp impact of steel meeting flesh that does not yield. Then his right arm transforms. The sound comes first, the cracking of bone that should not be cracking, the wet stretch of tissue expanding beyond its designed parameters, the dull grinding of something dense and new forming inside a limb that is changing shape at a rate the Sharingan records, but the brain behind it struggles to categorize. Kakashi watches. He has no choice. The Sharingan captures everything. As the boy's forearm elongates, thickens, warps into something 6 feet long and serrated along both edges. The skin splits and reforms around the emerging mass. Black and red striations run along its surface. The weight of it shifts the air pressure in the immediate vicinity, displaced atmosphere creating a brief rush of wind that disturbs the grass in a circle around the boy's position. The blade. It towers above Naruto's frame, grotesquely disproportionate to the child wielding it, and yet his stance adjusts to the weight distribution with the fluidity of something that has done this 1,000 times. The Sharingan tries to map the chakra network feeding this transformation and finds nothing it recognizes. The energy signatures are wrong, the pathways are absent, the mechanism driving this change operates on a system that is fundamentally alien to everything Kakashi's eye has ever cataloged. You think you're teaching me? I've consumed 100 killers. I have their memories. I know your blind spots better than you do. That voice. Kakashi registers the wrongness of it the way every person who hears it does. The distortion beneath the words, the layering that suggests something else speaks in parallel, the fundamental alienness that fires every warning system in the human nervous architecture. His hand does not move from the combat position it has assumed. His Sharingan does not blink. He is processing more data in this moment than he has processed in any single engagement since the Fourth War, and the data is telling him something his conscious mind does not want to accept. He is outclassed, completely, immediately, without question. Naruto moves. His legs compress, the muscle tissue hardening and densifying at a rate visible to the Sharingan as a ripple of black veins crawling up from ankles to hips. Muscle mass activates in the lower body, and the burst of speed that follows exceeds anything a Genin-level frame should produce. He vaults over Kakashi's position, inverts midair, and brings the blade down, flat side, not edge, into the earth between them. The impact is seismic in the local sense. A crater forms 3 meters wide. The shockwave radiates outward through the ground and the air simultaneously. Kakashi, mid-dodge, catches the edge of the pressure wave and goes down. His feet lose the earth. His back hits the ground. His consciousness flickers because the concussive force is enough to rattle a brain inside a skull. And by the time his vision clears, the exercise is over. 2 bells sit in Naruto's palm. Taken from Kakashi's belt during the moment of unconsciousness, with a speed that suggests the taking was an afterthought. Something handled while the boy's attention was already elsewhere. Let me give you the reactions. Let me show you what the training field looks like through the eyes of the other people present, because their responses to what just happened are as important as the event itself. Sakura Haruno is in the underbrush 20 meters from the impact site. She has not moved since the boy's arm turned into a weapon. Her legs stopped working around the time his body dissolved into black liquid and reformed behind their instructor. What she is seeing does not connect to any framework her academy education provided. Kekkei Genkai do not work like this. Body modification jutsu do not work like this. Nothing works like this. Her breathing has gone shallow, and her eyes are wide, and her hands grip the bush in front of her with a force that is leaving nail marks in the bark. She will remember this moment for the rest of her life. She will never be able to describe it to someone who was not present in a way that communicates what it felt like to watch a classmate, the boy who sat in the back row and said nothing for months, casually drop a Jonin-level instructor in a training exercise designed for children. Sasuke Uchiha is in a tree. His position gives him an elevated view of the entire exchange. His Sharingan is not active. He cannot activate it yet, but his eyes are sharp and his memory is sharper. And what he just witnessed has landed in a place inside his chest that he does not have vocabulary for. He watches the blade retract into Naruto's arm. The reverse process just as horrifying as the initial transformation, tissue folding back inward, the arm shrinking to standard proportions as if nothing happened. And his jaw is tight. His arms are crossed and his jaw is tight, and something moves behind his eyes that he refuses to name. He has spent every day since his family died measuring himself against the standard of his brother. The gap between himself and Itachi has been the defining variable of his existence. What he just saw makes that gap feel like a puddle next to an ocean, and the ocean is a 13-year-old who sat 3 rows behind him in class. Kakashi opens his eyes. He sits up. His hand touches the side of his head where the concussion hit, and his single visible eye tracks to the boy standing in the center of the crater, holding 2 bells with the disinterested air of someone who has already moved past this moment. The Jonin is intelligent. Let me show you how intelligent. He does not challenge. He does not demand explanation. He does not perform the authority that his rank should grant him because he has just learned, in the space of 10 seconds, that his rank grants him nothing in this situation. What he does instead is observe. He watches the boy. He notes the way the arm has returned to standard form. He notes the lack of effort. He notes the absence of heavy breathing, elevated heart rate, or any sign that what just happened cost anything at all. He stands. He brushes dirt from his uniform, and he makes a decision in the space between standing and speaking that determines the shape of everything that follows. Well, Kakashi says, his voice carrying the same casual tone he uses for everything, I suppose you all pass. It is, in its own way, the most honest thing Kakashi has ever said to a student, because the subtext is clear to anyone intelligent enough to hear it. You pass because I cannot stop you, and framing this as cooperation is the only move available to me that does not end with me in that crater permanently. He files the report that evening. It is a masterwork of strategic omission. What he witnessed: physical transformation beyond any known Kekkei Genkai, speed and power exceeding Jonin-level parameters, a dissolution technique that renders physical engagement meaningless. What he recommends: Team 7 be assigned standard missions with the understanding that the standard parameters of student-instructor dynamics do not apply. What he excludes: everything that would force the Hokage to make a decision about something the Hokage does not yet have the context to understand. The report goes into the system. It sits in a file that the 3rd Hokage reads, frowns at, and marks for follow-up. The follow-up never happens because events begin moving faster than administrative review processes, and by the time anyone circles back to that file, what it describes has already become so much worse that the initial report reads like a footnote. The Land of Waves mission. Team 7 deploys as escort for Tazuna, a bridge builder from Wave Country, whose infrastructure project threatens the financial monopoly of a shipping magnate named Gato. The threat assessment rates the mission as C rank. Bandits, maybe some hired muscle, nothing that requires Jonin-level response beyond Kakashi's presence as a precaution. The mission escalates within hours of departure when the Demon Brothers ambush the team on the road. This encounter is unremarkable because Naruto is present, and the Demon Brothers are Chunin level at best. He does not even shift a morph. He moves through their attack pattern with the speed of someone operating from consumed combat memories, disarms both with empty hands, and stands over their broken forms before Kakashi has finished deciding whether to intervene. The real escalation comes at the bridge. The mist rolls in without wind. It comes from everywhere at once, thick, chakra-saturated, reducing visibility to zero in the space between one breath and the next. Sakura makes a sound of distress that she clamps down on immediately. Sasuke moves backward until his shoulders press against hers, his hands forming a guard position, his breathing controlled but elevated. Kakashi pushes his headband up and activates the Sharingan, and the legendary eye struggles against the density of the chakra infused into the mist because the technique was designed to counter exactly this type of visual advantage. Naruto stands still. His eyes shift. The change is internal. No visible external alteration, no glowing effect, nothing dramatic. But the world as he perceives it changes completely. Color drops away. Heat replaces it. Every object in his environment renders as a thermal signature. The bridge beneath him a cool blue-gray, the water below a shade darker, the trees on either bank registering in greens and yellows according to their retained warmth from the day's sun. And standing in the mist 30 meters to the left, burning bright orange against the cold background like a bonfire in a frozen field, a human figure holding a weapon the size of a man, thermal vision, Zabuza Momochi, former member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist, A-rank missing 9 with a kill count that would give most jonin pause. The Executioner's blade rests on his shoulder, a weapon legendary enough to have its own entry in bingo books across 3 nations. He moves through his own mist with the confidence of a man fighting in his native element, invisible to every eye in the engagement zone, every advantage belonging to him, every advantage except one. Naruto watches the bright orange figure circle toward Tazuna's position. He does not announce what he sees. He does not coordinate with his team. He steps off the bridge railing and drops to the water below. Chakra, viral chakra, wrong feeling, unstable in ways that make the water surface ripple in patterns that do not match wind, keeping him upright on the surface. He moves toward the orange shape in his vision. Zabuza senses him. The man is a professional. His awareness of the battle space extends beyond sight, and the wrongness of what approaches registers in his peripheral senses before visual confirmation becomes relevant. He adjusts his grip on the Executioner's blade and brings it around in a sweeping horizontal arc that would bisect a standard-size opponent at the torso. The arc covers the space where Naruto should be. Naruto raises his left arm. The transformation is instant this time. 3 years of practice have turned what was once a seconds-long process into something that happens between one frame of motion and the next. His arm expands outward, surface hardening, layers of viral tissue compressing and overlapping until what faces the incoming blade is a wall of biological armor 2 feet thick and denser than any material the Executioner's blade has ever encountered. The shield. The Executioner's blade connects. The sound is catastrophic. Metal meeting something harder than metal, vibration feeding back through the weapon's handle with enough force to numb fingers and wrists and forearms. Zabuza feels it in his shoulders. He feels it in his spine. He has swung this weapon through castle walls and war machines and human bodies wearing the finest armor blacksmiths can produce, and none of those impacts fed back like this. None of those impacts stop the blade. The Executioner's blade cracks. It does not shatter all at once. The fracture starts at the point of impact, a webwork of lines spreading through the legendary steel like frost spreading across a window. The blade was designed to regenerate through absorbed blood, built to be unbreakable through the very mechanism of its construction. And the surface it just struck has made that design irrelevant. The crack reaches the spine of the weapon, and the upper third of the blade separates, spinning away into the mist, hitting the water somewhere distant with a splash that Zabuza hears but cannot process, because processing requires cognitive bandwidth, and all of his cognitive bandwidth is devoted to the recognition that his weapon just broke. The boy standing in front of him has not moved. The shield arm hangs at his side, unmarked, undamaged, the surface of it smooth and dense and utterly indifferent to what just struck it. Zabuza retreats 1 step. This is instinct. This is a body that has survived decades of combat by knowing when to create distance, and every alarm in that body is screaming the same message. distance. Now, more, he does not get it. Naruto's right arm shifts. The sound is different this time. Not the cracking expansion of the blade or the compressive layering of the shield, but a wet, stretching articulation. The arm elongates. The forearm splits open along its length, tissue parting to reveal something coiled inside. A rope of bladed viral matter, segmented, whip-like, extending outward as the arm provides the launch mechanism. It moves through the air at a speed that the mist cannot slow and the eye cannot follow, crossing the 30 meters of retreating distance Zabuza has managed to create in the half second since the blade broke. The whip fist, it wraps around Zabuza's neck. The bladed segments bite into skin that has weathered a lifetime of combat without accumulating scars, because the man has been too fast, too skilled, too dangerous for anything to reach him there. The whip fist reaches him. The whip fist does not care about his reputation. Then it pulls. Zabuza leaves the ground. He has time to understand that he has left the ground, that the weapon around his neck is retracting, pulling him forward through space at a speed his body was never designed to achieve. He hits a tree. The tree cracks. The whip fist keeps pulling. He hits the ground, bounces, hits another tree. The whip fist keeps pulling. He arrives at Naruto's feet because the whip fist decided that was where he was going, and the journey from 30 meters away to here involved enough impacts with the surrounding landscape that the man's consciousness is flickering at the edges. Zabuza Momochi, the Demon of the Mist, A-rank missing Nin, former Seven Swordsman member, the man who killed an entire graduating class of the Mist Academy as a child, lies in the mud at the feet of a 13-year-old with a bladed tendril still wrapped around his throat, beaten in a span of time that would not fill a full minute on a stopwatch. The mist is thinning. Without Zabuza's conscious maintenance, the technique loses coherence. Visibility returns in layers, first the nearest trees, then the bridge, then the figures on it. And as the mist fades, someone steps out of it. She is tall, taller than most kunoichi Naruto has encountered through consumed memories. Auburn hair falls past her shoulders, catching the gray light that filters through the thinning fog. Her outfit is practical, designed for combat mobility rather than appearance, but worn with the kind of confidence that makes practical clothing look like a choice rather than a necessity. One eye is visible beneath her bangs. The other is hidden, and somehow this makes her gaze more focused rather than less. Her lips carry a curve that is not quite a smile, but suggests one is always available. Behind her, a dozen fighters, mixed armament, varied ages. The look of people who have been at war long enough that the concept of peacetime has become abstract. They wear no village insignia. Their forehead protectors, those that have them, are slashed or modified or absent entirely. A rebel force, organized, battle-tested, and watching what just happened to Zabuza Momochi with expressions that range from disbelief to professional reassessment. The woman at their head does not share these expressions. She looks at the boy standing over the Demon of the Mist with a bladed appendage still casually coiled around the man's throat, and what crosses her face is something far more interesting than shock. Recognition. She recognizes what she is looking at. She may not know the mechanism. She may not understand the biomass or the virus or the consumption, but she recognizes the essential quality. Predator, apex. The kind of thing you do not fight or flee from. The kind of thing you either stand beside or you do not stand at all. She steps forward. Her rebels do not follow because none of them have quite reached the same conclusion she has, and their feet are making decisions their commander's confidence has not yet transmitted to them. You're quite the monster, handsome. Her voice carries the warmth of someone who enjoys what she is looking at. There is no fear in it. There is no performance in it. She is a woman who has spent years in a war where the weak die first and the strong die second, and only the ruthless survive. And she is looking at something that has bypassed every tier of that hierarchy entirely. Naruto retracts the whip fist. The bladed tendril releases Zabuza's throat. The swordsman chokes and gasps in the mud, alive because Naruto has chosen to leave him alive for reasons that have nothing to do with mercy and everything to do with Zabuza's threat level, now registering as 0. The arm reforms to standard proportions. Tissue seals. Skin covers what was exposed. He looks at her. This is the first time since his transformation that Naruto Uzumaki gives another person his full attention. I need you to understand the weight of that. For 3 years, every other being in his environment has been one of 3 things: prey, obstacle, or irrelevant. Nobody has rated a 4th category. Nobody has earned the processing power required for genuine assessment rather than immediate classification. She earns it. In the space of 6 words, she earns it. His eyes move across her. Not the way a 13-year-old looks at a woman, but the way a predator assesses another predator. Taking in the posture, the confidence, the way her weight distributes across her feet, always ready to move, never fully at rest. The faction behind her, their deference to her position, the evidence of sustained leadership in a wartime environment. The burn scars on her hands that speak to a Kekkei Genkai involving heat, and the fact that she stands in the aftermath of what he just did, and her hands have not moved to a defensive position. And you smell like boiling acid. I like it. His voice carries that distortion, the wrongness beneath the words, and she hears it. She hears it and her eye narrows fractionally, and the curve of her lips increases rather than decreasing. She has been fighting things that try to kill her for years. Wrongness does not frighten her. Wrongness, in the right configuration, interests her. The air between them carries a charge that every person present can feel, even if none of them can name it. 2 forces of nature acknowledging each other's existence across a clearing strewn with the wreckage of a legendary swordsman's reputation. Her rebels shift behind her, uncertain, reading the atmosphere and finding nothing in their experience that maps to what they are witnessing. On the bridge above, Kakashi watches with his Sharingan still active and finds that the data he is collecting from this exchange is somehow more alarming than the combat he just observed. Mei Terumi, she says. She offers the name like a gift, freely given because she has chosen to give it with full awareness that names are power in the shinobi world. I lead the resistance against Yagura's regime in the Land of Water. We came here tracking Zabuza. I was going to recruit him. She glances down at the swordsman choking in the mud. You've made that easier, actually. Naruto Uzumaki. He offers his name with the same weight. No village affiliation. No qualifier. Just the name and the understanding that it will carry its own weight soon enough. Uzumaki. Something flickers in her eye. I know that name. Red hair, usually. Seal Masters. Your clan has history with the mist. My clan is dead. History is for people with something to honor. Her eye studies him. The curve of her mouth suggests she is filing information, categorizing him the way he categorized her moments ago. 2 intelligent predators taking each other's measure and finding nothing lacking. And what is Naruto Uzumaki doing in the Land of Waves fighting the demon of the mist? Escort mission. The bridge builder is a client. A Genin escort mission? Against Zabuza? She looks at him with the kind of amusement that comes from genuine surprise. Your village underestimates you. My village doesn't know what I am. I do. She says it without hesitation, without elaboration. The 2 words land in the space between them, and they carry a weight that transforms the conversation from an exchange of information into something else entirely. He holds her gaze. 2 full seconds of eye contact that neither breaks. The rebels behind her are uncomfortable. Kakashi on the bridge has stopped breathing. Zabuza in the mud has regained enough consciousness to look up and see 2 people locked in a mutual assessment that excludes the rest of the world. And even through the pain and the humiliation of what just happened to him, he recognizes what he is seeing. The bridge builder's problem is a man named Gato. Naruto says, shipping magnate, mercenary army. He runs the Land of Waves through economic strangulation. I know who Gato is. Mei's voice hardens fractionally. His trade routes fund half of Yagura's war effort. His shipping lanes move resources that supply the forces killing my people. Removing him serves my objectives as much as yours. Then we share a target. It seems we do. An alliance forms in the space between 2 sentences. No formal agreement. No negotiation over terms. 2 predators recognizing that their hunting grounds overlap and deciding that cooperative predation serves them both more efficiently than conflict or avoidance. Mei Terumi looks at the boy, the monster wearing a boy's skin, and makes a strategic choice with the same speed and certainty she makes battlefield decisions. Naruto Uzumaki looks at the woman, the commander leading a war against a nation from outside it, and makes the first voluntary commitment of his post-human existence. Neither of them acknowledges the weight of the moment. Neither of them needs to. Gato's compound sits 2 miles inland from the bridge construction site, a fortress of imported stone and hired violence. 300 mercenaries garrison the compound and its surrounding buildings. Additional security elements patrol the roads between the compound and the coast. The shipping magnate has invested heavily in the men between him and consequences, and those men have been sufficient to keep an entire nation under his economic boot for years. Those men are about to understand what insufficient looks like. The assault begins at dawn. May's rebel faction handles the outer patrols, 12 experienced combat operatives moving through the tree line, eliminating the perimeter guard, with the proficiency of people who have been doing exactly this kind of work for the duration of a civil war. They are good, competent, the kind of fighters who survive what they have survived by being better than the opposition in small, practical ways. They are the scalpel. Naruto is the hammer. He walks through the main gate of the compound. The gate is reinforced wood braced with iron bands and flanked by guard towers manned by crossbowmen. He walks into it and through it, his body generating enough forward force that the structure parts around him rather than stopping his motion. The wood splintering, the iron bending, his frame emerging on the other side unmarked while debris scatters into the courtyard behind him. The courtyard holds 80 men. They are armored in the way mercenaries are armored. Leather, some chain, mismatched pieces taken from previous contracts or looted from the dead. They carry weapons ranging from standard blades to pole arms to the occasional military-grade crossbow. They see the child walking through the wreckage of their gate, and they react the way armed men react to a small target emerging from an unexpected direction, with violence. 80 men charge. Naruto stops walking. He stands in the center of the courtyard, and his body begins to change. The transformation is total. Every surface of his skin splits, not in the way skin tears from injury, but in the way a seed splits to release what grows inside it. Black tendrils press outward from every point on his body simultaneously, extending in all directions, and for one frozen moment, he stands at the center of a star-shaped mass of viral tissue that has not yet chosen its targets. Then it chooses. The tendril barrage devastator. Every tendril fires. They move outward at velocities that turn them into solid spears of black biomass, each one finding a target, each one punching through whatever armor or flesh or bone stands between its tip and the space on the other side of its victim. The sound is a single catastrophic impact multiplied by 100, meat tearing, metal failing, voices that begin screams and end as wet gasps, because the lungs powering them have been perforated. It takes one heartbeat, one single contraction of whatever serves as Naruto's cardiac mechanism. Between the systole and the diastole, 80 men go from living to dead. The courtyard becomes a monument to what happens when conventional force encounters something that has no conventional equivalent. Bodies hang suspended on black spikes. Some are pinned to the ground in positions that look like they were frozen mid-stride. Others are pinned to each other. The tendril passing through the first body having continued through the second behind it, because biomass does not distinguish between one target and two at this range. The walls of the compound are punctured in dozens of places where tendrils that did not find a human target continue through stone. As if stone were a suggestion, the tendrils retract. They pull back into Naruto's body, and as they withdraw, they bring with them the biological material of everything they touched. He does not consume the full bodies. There are too many, and the information they carry is redundant. But he takes enough to maintain peak biomass density. The bodies collapse as the spikes exit them, falling to the blood-slicked courtyard stones in a sequence of impacts that sounds like wet applause. He walks forward through the aftermath. There are 220 more mercenaries in this compound. They heard the sound. They are mobilizing. They should be running. What follows over the next 12 minutes is so one-sided that describing it blow by blow would be an insult to the concept of combat. Naruto moves through the compound like an extinction event with feet. rooms that contain men empty of life in the time it takes a door to fall. Corridors that hold defensive positions become corridors that hold stains. The mercenaries attempt coordination, grouping up, falling back to choke points, deploying the few among them who have chakra training and range jutsu that hit the boy square and accomplish nothing because his biomass absorbs the energy and his stride never breaks. The claws take most of them. Quick, efficient, 5 lines of black across a body and the body ceases to function. Some receive the blade, the larger groups, the ones clustered in rooms where the massive serrated weapon can sweep through multiple bodies in a single arc. The sound of the blade cutting through 3 men at once is something I need you to imagine rather than describe, because the reality of it exceeds what words can communicate without sounding like exaggeration. One group of 12 barricades a stairwell and holds it with crossbow fire. Naruto takes 7 bolts to the torso. The wounds close between steps. He reaches the barricade. The hammer fists form, his arms bulking outward, veins of black biomass visibly spreading up from wrists to shoulders as the mass redistributes for maximum impact force. He brings one fist down on the barricade and it disintegrates. He brings the other fist down on the floor beneath it and the stairwell collapses entirely, dropping the 12 defenders 2 stories into the basement level, where the fall handles what the fist did not. Gato is in the top floor. The shipping magnate has been listening to the sounds of his army being disassembled from the ground up, and by the time Naruto's footsteps reach the hallway outside his office, the man has had enough time to understand 3 things. His mercenaries are dead, his money will not save him, and whatever is coming up those stairs is something his entire fortune cannot answer. The door opens. A boy walks in. His arms are normal. His face is a child's face. His clothing is unmarked because the things that touched him in the last 12 minutes did not survive long enough to leave evidence of their contact. Gato looks at him, a small man behind a large desk surrounded by the material evidence of wealth that no longer carries weight. "What are you?" Gato asks. "The last thing you'll see." The tendrils take him. They are almost gentle about it, in the way that a constrictor snake is gentle, wrapping, tightening, pulling inward with a pressure that is total and irresistible and absolute. Gato screams for 3 seconds. Then the screaming stops because there is no longer a throat to produce it. The absorption is complete. The desk sits empty. The chair is empty. The room is empty except for a boy who now carries the financial records, shipping routes, trade contacts, and intelligence network of the wealthiest criminal in the land of waves inside his biomass. Information. Always information. Everybody feeds the mind as much as it feeds the mass. He finds May on the compound's roof. She arrived 2 minutes after his entry, once her rebels confirmed that the outer perimeter was secured and the sounds from inside suggested their assistance was unnecessary. She stands at the edge, looking down into the courtyard, and the expression she wears is one of professional assessment rather than horror. She has seen worse in her war. She has ordered worse when worse was required. What she has never seen is worse delivered by a single person in a time frame this compressed. 300 men, she says when he appears beside her. There is something in her voice that might be appreciation in someone less guarded. You took 12 minutes. Some of them hid well. She turns to face him. The gray dawn light makes her hair look like burnished copper, and her single visible eye catches his with the directness of a woman who does not look away from anything. Gato? Consumed. His network is mine now. Shipping routes, funding channels, contacts throughout the land of water. Something shifts in her expression. The professional assessment remains, but layered over it is something sharper. Interest. Genuine, focused interest in a person rather than a tool or an asset. You're offering me his network. I'm telling you I have it. What you do with that information depends on what you ask me for. And if I ask, then tell me about your war, she tells him. They stand on the roof of a dead man's compound as the sun rises over the land of waves, and she tells him about the bloody mist, about Yagura and the 3 tails and the purges that have devastated Kekkei Genkai users across the land of water, about the resistance she built from nothing, from deserters and refugees and survivors, and people too angry to die and too stubborn to flee, about the battle she has won at costs that no sane accounting would consider acceptable, and the battles she will need to win in the months ahead if her people are to have anything resembling a future. She tells him about the children. The Kekkei Genkai children hunted like animals through the streets of their own villages, the families burned, the communities erased. She tells him without sentimentality. Her voice remains level and practical because she is a commander delivering a tactical brief rather than a storyteller crafting a tragedy. But the facts themselves carry enough weight that editorial commentary would be redundant. He listens, he processes, he weighs what she has given him against what he knows of the broader shinobi landscape, and something in that calculation shifts. Your war is against the system, he says. Yes, not just Yagura, the system that produces Yaguras. You understand. And the way she says it, with that slight emphasis on the final word, communicates that she did not expect him to understand, and that his understanding changes something in her assessment of who he is. I've lived inside a different version of the same machine. I was 8 years old when it decided I was a resource to be modified. She looks at him for a long moment. Her eye searches his face, the child's face, the blue eyes with red beneath, the features that carry nothing beyond what he chooses to display. She is reading him the way she reads battlefields, and what she reads changes the curve of her mouth from assessment into something else, something warmer, something that exists in a register between respect and attraction and the particular kind of honesty that people who have been through enough recognize in each other. Stay, she says. I can't. There's an exam coming. I need to be in Konoha for it. The Chunin exams. She nods. Political theater disguised as skill assessment. Political theater with useful targets. Ah! Understanding lights her eye. You're hunting there. I'm always hunting. She laughs. It is brief and genuine, and it catches him. He does not react visibly, but the fraction of a second where his attention sharpens on the sound communicates something to her that he does not verbalize. She holds his gaze, and the morning light holds them both, and the rebels below are cleaning up evidence of an operation she will report to her faction's council as a strategic success. And up here on the roof, two predators are having a conversation that neither of them has had with anyone else. Come find me after, she says, the land of water, when your exam is done. You want my help. I want your presence. She does not look away when she says it. She does not qualify or retract or perform the kind of hedging that people use when they have revealed something they are uncertain about. She says it and she means it, and she lets it sit in the air between them because she is Mei Terumi, and Mei Terumi does not equivocate. He looks at her for 3 seconds that stretch longer than they should. After the exam, he says, it is agreement. It is commitment. It is the second voluntary choice he has made since his transformation. And the first was the alliance they formed yesterday. And the fact that both choices point toward the same person is a data point that he files without commentary. She smiles. It is the kind of smile that would level buildings if it carried the force behind it. The Chunin exams arrive in Konoha with the usual fanfare. Foreign delegations, increased security, the arena filling with spectators eager to watch children fight for the entertainment of adults who will decide whether those children are ready to die for their country. The political machinery operates precisely as designed. Villages displaying strength, assessing rivals, projecting capability through the medium of their youngest operatives. Naruto moves through the preliminary stages without engagement. Written test, answered in full using the accumulated knowledge of over 100 consumed intelligence operatives, each answer demonstrating a depth of tactical understanding that the Chunin proctor's marking papers find vaguely unsettling without being able to articulate why. Second stage announcement, the Forest of Death. 44 training zones, 3 days. 2 scrolls required for advancement. Team 7 enters the forest. The gates close. Teams scatter into the undergrowth in all directions, and for most of them the following 3 days will be the most dangerous experience of their young careers. For Naruto, the Forest of Death is a pantry. 2 hours into the exam, a team from Omegakure makes the mistake of tracking Team 7 for their scroll. They find the team in a clearing. They commit to the ambush. The engagement lasts 4 seconds. Naruto shifts the claws, crosses the distance between the tree line and the Ame team's position faster than any of them process his departure from where he was standing, and dismantles their combat capability with 3 precise swings that sever tendons and hamstrings without killing. They collapse. He takes their scroll. He leaves them alive because dead Genin draw Anbu investigation teams, and he does not want investigation teams near his position for reasons that will become clear in the next 40 minutes. He does not need to wait long. The air changes. Something rolls through the forest canopy like a pressure wave, invisible but tangible, a weight settling on everything within its radius. The birds leave first, then the insects, then the ambient sound of the forest simply ceases. What replaces it is a silence that has texture, a silence that pushes against skin and settles in the lungs like cold water. Killing intent. Not the killing intent of a chunin or a jonin or any standard classification shinobi. This is the killing intent of something that has spent decades perfecting the art of making lesser beings feel their own mortality. It presses against the clearing like a physical force. Sakura's legs lock. Her knees buckle and she hits the ground with a gasp, her hands pressed flat against the earth, her entire autonomic nervous system screaming at her to compress herself into the smallest possible target. Sasuke's breathing goes shallow. His hand trembles on his kunai. Somewhere behind his ribs, his heart is trying to beat itself free of his chest. Naruto stands. He feels the pressure. He registers it the way one registers a change in temperature. Noted, assessed, dismissed. It is an impressive technique. It is irrelevant. He turns to face the direction it originates from, the trees part. The figure that emerges from the canopy is tall, androgynous, pale in the way that certain things are pale. Not from lack of sun, but from the fundamental wrongness of the biology beneath the surface. Golden eyes with vertical pupils. A smile that carries no warmth and too much intelligence. The face of a woman from grass country, but the presence behind it is something far older and far more dangerous. Orochimaru. The Sannin looks at the clearing. His eyes track across the frozen Genin, Sakura on the ground, Sasuke rigid with controlled terror, and settle on the one standing. The one who absorbed his killing intent without visible reaction. The one whose eyes burn with something red beneath blue. The one who is looking at him the way a butcher looks at livestock. How interesting, Orochimaru says. His voice is silk over broken glass. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki, but something is different about you. The golden eyes narrow. Something very different. You call yourself a predator? You're just food. Naruto's voice hits the clearing. The distortion beneath it makes Sakura flinch on the ground. Sasuke's head turns toward his teammate. Involuntary, drawn by the wrongness in that voice. Even Orochimaru's smile falters for a fraction of a second before rebuilding itself. Food? The Sannin chuckles. It sounds rehearsed. Everything about this man sounds rehearsed. Shall we test that theory? He bites his thumb. Blood wells. His hands blur through seals faster than the standard human eye tracks. The summoning seal expands across the forest floor. Massive, radiating chakra, the displacement of air pushing outward as something enormous answers the call. The snake is 50 meters long. Its body displaces trees as it materializes, ancient wood snapping like kindling beneath scales the size of dinner plates. Its head rises above the canopy. Its mouth opens and the stench of digestive acid and rotting prey rolls across the clearing like a wave. Naruto leaps. His legs compress as muscle mass fires through his lower body. The veins of black crawling up his thighs, the muscle density increasing threefold in the time it takes to crouch. The launch when it comes sending him skyward with enough force that the ground beneath his departure point craters. He rises above the tree line. He rises above the snake's head. He hangs at the apex of his jump, silhouetted against gray sky, and both arms transform simultaneously, the hammer fists. The change is violent and visible. His arms expanding outward, the mass redistributing from torso to extremities, the resulting limbs twice normal size and 3 times normal density. The veins of black biomass crawl up to his shoulders, and his silhouette against the sky becomes something that does not belong in a human anatomy textbook. He is a child's torso with wrecking balls where forearms should be, and gravity takes him. He drops. The impact point is the crown of the snake's skull. Both hammer fists connect simultaneously with the full weight of his descent and the full density of the viral mass behind them. The snake's skull does not crack, it caves. The structure collapses inward around the impact point like a building dropped on its own foundation. The force travels downward through the body of the summon, and the creature's length spasms once. A full-body convulsion that strips the remaining trees in a 40-meter radius as its bulk whips through the forest in its death throes. The crater beneath the impact point is 6 meters across and 3 meters deep. Naruto stands at its center. The snake's body collapses around him, dead mass falling to the forest floor in sections as the structural integrity fails, and the tendrils come. They erupt from his torso in dozens, latching onto the snake's corpse in multiple points, pulling biomass inward at a rate that consumes the 50-meter body in under 10 seconds. Tons of biological material flowing into his mass, refueling, reinforcing, filling reserves that were already full to something beyond full. Orochimaru has been watching. His smile is gone. What has replaced it is an expression I cannot fully describe to you because it exists in a territory between fascination and the first stirring of something Orochimaru has not felt in decades. Uncertainty. He moves. His body blurs across the distance between his position and Naruto's. His neck extends, that horrible serpentine elongation that defies human anatomy, and his fangs lead. The curse mark injection, the technique he has used on dozens of candidates across decades of experimentation. His teeth find Naruto's neck. They break skin. They inject. What happens next? I need you to understand what this looks like from the inside. The curse mark is a seal. It is chakra. It is biological in nature. Orochimaru's own cells, his own essence, his own consciousness encoded into a delivery mechanism designed to override a host chakra network with his influence. It enters through the bite. It begins spreading. It encounters the Blacklight Virus. The Blacklight Virus is a thing that consumes. It is a thing that absorbs. It is a thing that encounters foreign biological material and does one thing and only one thing. It takes it apart, learns it, and adds it to itself. The curse mark hits Naruto's biomass, and the biomass does what it always does. It begins consuming the injected material, but the injected material is connected. It is tethered to Orochimaru through the bite, through the physical connection of fangs and flesh. The virus follows the tether. It reverse flows through the injection site. It enters Orochimaru's mouth, his throat, his chakra pathways, moving upstream against the intended direction of the technique at a speed that turns the Sanin's own attack vector into an access point for the most aggressive predatory organism in existence. Orochimaru feels it. He feels it the way fire victims feel the flame before the nerve endings die. Total, encompassing, and getting worse. His chakra pathways are being eaten. The network that has taken him decades to cultivate, to modify, to enhance through forbidden techniques and body transfer jutsu and years of experimentation, it is being consumed from the inside. The sensation starts at his jaw and spreads downward at a rate that allows him to understand exactly how fast he is being destroyed. He screams. The sound is wrong coming from him. Everything about Orochimaru is composed. The smile, the voice, the posture, the whole architecture of a personality designed to project control and superiority. The scream shatters all of it. This is not a performance. This is not a manipulation. This is a man experiencing something he has never experienced in a life dedicated to pushing the boundaries of human biology. He is being preyed upon. He is the food chain's newest entry, and what just entered his system through his own bite does not care about his reputation or his power or his decades of accumulated knowledge. It just eats. Naruto's hand comes up. His fingers close around Orochimaru's face, palm flat against the Sanin's jaw, fingertips pressing into the orbital bones above those golden eyes, a child's hand holding a legendary shinobi in place, with a grip that Orochimaru's considerable physical strength cannot break, because the fingers holding him are made of something that does not negotiate with resistance. I am the top of the food chain. The voice, distorted, layered, carrying the resonance of something that has no right to exist in a human throat, lands at point-blank range. Orochimaru's golden eyes are wide, not with the theatrical interest he wears like a costume. With genuine, Authentic, bone-deep understanding that he is going to die here if he does not act in the next 3 seconds. He acts. The body shedding technique, the Sanin's signature escape mechanism, the technique that has saved his life more times than most ninja have cheated death in total. He tears himself apart. The outer layer of his body separates, a shell left behind as the inner form propels itself backward through space, shedding the contaminated tissue, severing every connection the virus has established. It is violent. It is ugly. It leaves behind a husk that crumbles and dissolves as the viral mass within it consumes what remains without a living host to sustain it. What Orochimaru leaves behind is not just a body, it is chakra. Massive reserves of Sanin-level energy trapped in the biological material he abandoned, and the virus takes all of it. Naruto's biomass surges. His body crackles with absorbed power, red energy visible beneath his skin in waves, his eyes burning brighter as the intake exceeds anything he has absorbed from a single source since the original transformation. The power level increase is visible to the naked eye. It distorts the air around him. Sakura, still on the ground, feels it like a change in gravity. Orochimaru, diminished, weakened, missing a significant portion of his total chakra reserves, stands at the edge of the clearing in a replacement body that looks wrong. Stretched, incomplete. His golden eyes find Naruto across the distance, and what lives in them now is something that has never lived in Orochimaru's eyes before. Fear, he runs. Let me repeat that. Orochimaru, the snake Sanin, the man who defected from Konoha rather than submit to authority, who has conducted decades of human experimentation without the slightest hesitation, who has fought Hokage-level opponents with a smile on his face and a contingency in his pocket, turns and runs from a 13-year-old in the forest of death. He disappears into the canopy with a speed that suggests everything he has left is being poured into distance. He does not look back. He does not deliver a parting threat or a promise of return. He leaves because staying means dying, and whatever else Orochimaru is, he is alive because he has always prioritized survival above ego. The clearing settles. Naruto stands in a space that was forest 30 seconds ago and is now a wasteland. Cratered ground, stripped trees, the dissolved remains of a husk body staining the earth, the absence of a 50-meter snake that was here and then was consumed as if it never existed. His body pulses with Sanin-level chakra. His frame radiates wrongness at a magnitude that makes Sakura physically ill from 20 meters away. The silence that follows is the loudest thing in the forest. Sasuke is the first to move. He stands from his cover position, legs unsteady, hands no longer trembling but showing the after effects of the effort to hold them still. His eyes are locked on Naruto, on the boy's silhouette against the gray sky, on the power rolling off that frame in visible waves, on the evidence of what just happened, written into the landscape around them. Sasuke has spent his entire life measuring himself against his brother. He has spent every waking moment since the massacre, driving himself toward a standard he believes will allow him to claim vengeance against the man who destroyed his family. He has believed, with the certainty of youth and trauma, that the Sharingan is the pinnacle, that the Uchiha bloodline is the summit. That power flows through lineage and ancestry and the specific quality of one's blood. What he just watched does not care about blood. What he just watched ate a Sanin's attack from the inside out and grew stronger for the experience. What he just watched operates so far beyond any bloodline limit that the concept of Kekkei Genkai becomes quaint. A parlor trick performed by people who believe genetics are power, while something else remakes itself from the cellular level upward without limitation or ceiling. Something cracks in Sasuke's face. The composure he has maintained since the academy, the cold exterior, the dismissive superiority, the assumption of his own eventual dominance, shows its first visible fracture. He looks at Naruto and he cannot find the floor. He cannot find the bottom of what he is looking at, and for someone who has built their identity on the pursuit of a measurable peak, the absence of a visible ceiling is vertigo. He says nothing. He does not need to. His face says everything. Kakashi finds them 4 hours later, at the tower, having progressed through the remainder of the forest examination without incident, because everything in the forest of death that possesses survival instincts has moved to the maximum possible distance from Naruto's position. The Jonin takes in the team, Sakura pale and withdrawn, Sasuke carrying an expression that looks like someone rebuilt his face from memory and got the proportions wrong, and Naruto standing exactly as he stood at the beginning of the exam, unchanged, unruffled, carrying no evidence of exertion, because exertion implies effort and effort implies limit, and limit is a concept that no longer applies. Kakashi adds notes to his file. The notes get shorter with each entry. There are no words in his vocabulary that adequately describe what his students are reporting. And the portions he observed through chakra tracking during the forest stage are things he finds he cannot commit to official record without triggering responses from the village council that he is uncertain the village council is equipped to handle. The file grows thinner. The reality grows heavier. The Chunin exam's finals arrive. The arena fills. The civilians file into the stands expecting entertainment. The shinobi present expect political maneuvering dressed as combat. Neither group expects what the day actually holds. The invasion begins during the final round matches. The genjutsu detonates across the arena. Civilians slumping into sleep, Chunin and Jonin recognizing the technique and releasing themselves from it. The seal barrier erupting on the Kagebak's roof as Orochimaru, diminished but present, reveals himself to the third Hokage. Sound forces pour through breached sections of the wall. Sand ninja activate concealed positions. The sky above Konoha fills with the kind of chaos that defines a generation. And above the wall, beyond the arena's east side, something rises. Gaara's transformation begins with sand, spiraling columns of it flooding upward from a burst seal, the One-Tail's chakra erupting outward as the Jinchuriki loses control, and the beast within takes the opportunity to manifest. The Shukaku grows, 20 meters, 30, 50. Its body displaces the skyline, the sand construct becoming massive enough that its shadow covers an entire district. The tail swings and buildings crack. The arms move and infrastructure gives way. The voice, Shukaku's voice, ancient and insane and overjoyed at freedom, booms across Konoha with enough volume to shake windows a mile from its position. Jonin throughout the village look up and understand that the threat assessment has escalated beyond anything the defense plans accounted for. This is a tailed beast manifestation inside the village walls. The contingencies for this scenario all begin with evacuate and end with hope Akagi is available. The third is locked in combat with Orochimaru behind a seal barrier. The fourth is dead. Nobody in the active roster carries the firepower to contest a tailed beast at full manifestation. Nobody except one. Naruto stands in the arena as the chaos erupts around him. Sound ninja drop from concealed positions. Sand forces breach the wall. Civilians stampede for the exits. In the midst of this, bodies are everywhere. The initial invasion wave, the Sound Chunin who formed the assault's leading edge, have already begun falling to the Konoha defense response. They lie on the arena floor, on the stands in the corridors, dead. Available, he begins. The tendrils come. They spread from his body in expanding waves, latching onto the nearest corpse, pulling it in. Sound ninja, 1, 2, 5, 10. Each absorption takes seconds, the biomass flowing into him, his reserves building. He moves through the arena, not fighting the invaders, not defending civilians, not engaging with any of the conventional combat happening around him. He is feeding. He moves from body to body the way a fire moves from fuel source to fuel source, each consumed corpse accelerating the process, his body growing denser, heavier, the air around him distorting as his biomass reaches saturation and begins pushing beyond it. The shinobi around him, the Konoha forces engaged in active combat, see what he is doing. Some of them stop mid-engagement because what they are watching pulls their attention away from their own fights with a gravitational force that has nothing to do with physics. They watch a 13-year-old boy absorb dead bodies into himself with black tentacles that erupt from his torso. They watch the dead disappear. They watch the boy grow visibly more present, more solid, more wrong, more there in a way that presses against their senses. Several of them retch. One Chunin, a woman with 10 years of service, drops her weapon and walks away from the engagement entirely because whatever she is watching has exceeded the parameters of what she is willing to engage with today or any day. Naruto reaches critical mass. The state is visible. His body radiates power in waves that distort the light around him. His eyes burn red without interruption. His skin shows the black lines of viral mass beneath the surface, pulsing in time with whatever serves as his heartbeat. He is full. He is beyond full. He is a container that has exceeded its rated capacity, and what overflows is pressure that the people around him feel as physical discomfort. He looks up at Shukaku. The tailed beast fills his vision. 100 meters tall, sand and chakra and ancient madness, he jumps. Muscle mass fires through his entire body, legs, core, back, everything compressing and releasing in a single moment. The launch crater is 4 meters across. He rises, the ground falls away, the arena, the walls, the buildings. They shrink beneath him as he ascends on the raw force of viral muscle converted to kinetic energy. He passes the 50-meter mark, 70, 90. He reaches Shukaku's altitude at the apex of the jump, eye level with the tailed beast's massive face, and the wind of his passage rips dust and sand from the construct's surface. Shukaku sees him. The ancient beast's eyes, golden, insane, track the tiny figure that has risen to meet it. And for a moment, the beast's expression shifts from gleeful destruction to something resembling confusion, because nothing this small should be this high without wings or a flying technique or anything that the tailed beast's ancient memory categorizes as flight capable. The beast opens its mouth. Compressed air gathers, visible as a distortion, the atmosphere condensing into something dense and deadly. A tailed beast wind bullet, enough force to flatten a city block, enough power to contest anything short of a Kaj-level technique. Naruto activates armor. His entire body hardens. The skin shifts, darkening, thickening, layers of viral mass pressing outward and solidifying into plates that cover him head to foot. The transformation is total and instant, and what hangs in the air facing the incoming wind bullet is no longer anything that could be confused for a human child. It is a silhouette of viral armor, dense beyond measurement, built from the accumulated mass of everything he has ever consumed, compressed into a defensive configuration that has no theoretical limit. The wind bullet connects. The air screams. The force wave passes around him, splitting, diverted by the armor's surface, flowing past on both sides like water around a stone. He does not move. The attack does not push him. He hangs in the air at the point where the jump's momentum has peaked and gravity has not yet asserted its claim. And the most powerful ranged attack the One-Tail possesses touches him and moves on as if he was the mountain and it was the breeze. He descends. Gravity takes him and the armor adds weight to descent. He drops toward Shukaku's skull with the inevitability of geography reshaping itself. His feet connect with the crown of the beast's head, and the impact point is exactly where he intended it to be. He stands on a tailed beast's skull. The sand shifts beneath his armored feet. The wind pulls at him. Konoha burns below, and he looks down into the massive eye of something that has existed since before the concept of hidden villages, before the shinobi system, before any of the structures that humans have built to organize their violence. Sand is just crushed rock. Let me show you what real flesh can do. His arm transforms. The armor retreats from his right limb as the blade forms, the arm elongating, warping, the serrated edge extending to full length. He raises it above his head. The shadow it casts over Shukaku's eye is brief. He drives it down. The blade enters Shukaku's eye with a sound that crosses the frequency spectrum, bass so deep it vibrates bone, and a high shriek of disrupted chakra that fires every nerve in a half-mile radius. The tailed beast's scream follows. It is a sound that has not been heard in Konoha since the Nine Tails attack 13 years ago. The voice of something ancient and powerful, experiencing pain at a scale its existence has rarely encountered. The buildings nearest to the manifestation shake. Windows explode. People on the ground cover their ears and drop to their knees because the volume exceeds what human hearing tolerates without damage. Naruto's other arm transforms. The whip fist extends from his left limb, driving downward through the sand construct's mass, boring through layers of compressed particulate that serve as Shukaku's physical form. The bladed tendril searches with the unerring instinct of a predator that can sense biomass at a distance. It finds what it is looking for. Gara, the human body suspended at the core of the transformation. The Jinchuriki, around whom the sand construct has built itself, the whip fist, wraps around Gaara's torso. The bladed segments grip without cutting, a degree of control that Naruto has honed across 3 years of practice, the ability to constrict without bisecting. He pulls, Gaara exits the sand construct like a cork from a bottle. The Shukaku form, deprived of its anchor, severed from its Jinchuriki connection, loses cohesion instantly. The sand composing its massive body loses the chakra sustaining it, and responds to the only force that applies in the absence of supernatural support, gravity. 100 meters of sand collapses. It falls across the eastern district of Konoha in a wave that buries streets and crushes smaller structures, and raises a dust cloud that turns the sky brown for a quarter of an hour. Naruto descends with the sand. He rides the collapse to the ground, feet finding surfaces as they form, the armor absorbing the impacts of debris without acknowledgement. He lands in the street below with Gaara held by the whip fist. Unconscious, the transformation ended, alive. The sand settles around them in dunes that should not exist in the geography of a hidden village. He releases the boy. The whip fist retracts. Gaara drops to the sand-covered street, breathing, unconscious, alive by choice rather than by accident. Let me show you what the village sees. A jonin named Genma is on a rooftop 3 blocks from the collapse point. He was engaged with a sound chunin when the tailed beast screamed, and the scream ended both the fight and his opponent's will to continue. He turns toward the sound and sees the sand falling. He sees the massive construct dispersing. He sees through the dust a small figure descending from where the beast's head was. He has no framework for what he is observing. Tailed beasts are forces of nature. They are countered by Kaj-level combatants with preparation time and support teams. They are the scenario that ends careers and lives and sometimes villages. What he just watched, a single person, a person small enough to be a genin, dismantling a tailed beast manifestation from above in a span of time that would not fill a 2-minute hourglass, does not have a place in his understanding of how power operates. He stands on the rooftop and he does nothing because there is nothing available for him to do that responds appropriately to what he just saw. Across the village, similar moments multiply. Shinobi pause. Fighters stop. The sound forces, already beginning to falter as their assault momentum bleeds away, look toward the collapsing sand construct, and what they see finishes their morale more completely than any defensive response could have. The invasion was planned around the assumption that a tailed beast manifestation would occupy Konoha's heavy hitters, while the assault forces dismantled the village piecemeal. The tailed beast is gone. It fell in minutes. The thing that brought it down is still standing. Exit strategies begin forming in minds that were committed to attack 30 seconds ago. The sound forces break, first individually, ninja at the rear of the assault peeling away, dropping engagement, running. Then in groups, then entirely. The invasion collapses from the back forward, confidence evaporating like moisture in the presence of what just demonstrated itself to be in the village's arena. On the Kage box roof, behind the seal barrier, Hiruzen Sarutobi feels the tailed beast chakra disappear. His combat with Orochimaru pauses for a fraction of a second, both combatants acknowledging the shift in the battlefield's dynamics. The third looks down, past the barrier, past the chaos. His eyes, old, tired, carrying the weight of decades of leadership, find the small figure standing in a street full of sand with an unconscious Jinchuriki at his feet. He knows that face. Even at this distance, even through the dust and the chaos, he knows the blonde hair and the whisker marks and the face that belongs to the boy he failed to protect. He knows it, and what he reads in the situation, the power, the scale, the ease, does not match anything in his understanding of Naruto Uzumaki, but it matches something in the classified files he has always suspected Danzo maintained without his knowledge. He adds it to the weight he carries. He returns to his fight with the Sannin. He survives, barely, damaged, but alive, because Orochimaru is diminished and the third is experienced enough to capitalize on diminishment. The day ends. Konoha stands. The aftermath is administrative chaos. The council convenes. Homura, Koharu, Danzo, the village elders plus every clan head and senior jonin available. The agenda should be reconstruction, defense, casualty reports. Instead, the conversation circles around a single point, What happened to the Shukaku construct, and who was responsible? Multiple eyewitness accounts confirm what happened. A genin, assigned to Team 7 under Kakashi Hatake, named Naruto Uzumaki, engaged the tailed beast alone and won. The accounts diverge on details because the observers were at varying distances and the dust obscured portions of the event, but the core facts remain consistent. Solo engagement. Tailed beast takedown. Less than 2 minutes. The room is silent for longer than council chambers typically permit. Danzo says nothing. His face reveals nothing. His single visible eye tracks across the room, reading the reactions of every person present, and his silence speaks volumes to anyone who knows how to read it. Hiruzen watches him. The third watches his old rival's face and reads the absence of surprise in it, and that absence tells him everything he needs to know about who knew what and when, and what was done to create this situation. He does not call Danzo out. He does not have the political capital. He does not have the evidence. He has suspicion and exhaustion and the awareness that the thing walking his streets wearing the face of a child he should have protected is something he cannot control, and something he cannot afford to antagonize, and something that the village now owes a debt to that makes any hostile action toward it political suicide. Kakashi's report sits in the file. It has grown shorter with each submission. This one reads, in its entirety, Genin Uzumaki Naruto engaged the one-tail manifestation and neutralized it. Method, unknown classification. Duration, approximately 90 seconds. Recommendation, do not engage. 3 words in recommendation that carry the weight of everything Kakashi has witnessed since the bell test. Do not engage. The tension lives in every room Naruto enters for the weeks that follow. Nobody says what they are thinking. Nobody confronts what walks among them. They give him space, wider than before, unconscious but visible. The civilians who once threw insults and worse now avert their eyes. The shinobi who once dismissed him as the demon brat now nod with a deference that has nothing to do with respect and everything to do with survival instinct overriding bigotry. He moves through the village as if it is already beneath his notice. Which it is. He is counting days until the thing that matters. Sasuke's decision, and what follows it. The defection happens at night. Sasuke Uchiha leaves Konoha through the eastern gate at 0200 hours with 4 sound ninja as escort. The Sound Four, Orochimaru's personal guard, each carrying a curse mark of their own, each powerful enough that their combined presence represents a legitimate tactical challenge for anything short of a Jonin squad response. They move through Fire Country's forests at speed, covering ground toward Odogakure, toward Orochimaru, toward the power that Sasuke has been promised and has chosen to pursue. The retrieval mission deploys at dawn. Shikamaru leads a team of Genin, Choji, Neji, Kiba, and others, tasked with intercepting the defection and returning the Uchiha to the village. They move fast. They engage the Sound Four piecemeal as the formation stretches. Fights scatter through the forest. Naruto does not deploy with the retrieval team. He deploys alone. Faster, through a route that the consumed root intelligence in his biomass identifies as optimal for intercepting the specific trajectory Sasuke's escort is taking. He does not care about the Sound Four. He does not care about the retrieval mission's political justification. He does not care whether Sasuke returns to Konoha or does not. He cares that Orochimaru, the thing he consumed a piece of, the thing that fled from him in the forest of death, the thing that shed a body to escape being eaten alive, is reaching from hiding to take a piece off the board. And pieces that Orochimaru takes are pieces that grow his influence, his resources, his capacity to interfere with Naruto's trajectory. Sasuke is a vector. Sasuke is an access point. Sasuke is a piece of Orochimaru's long game, and Naruto eliminates opposing game pieces with the same efficiency he eliminates bodies on a field. The Valley of the End. 2 massive stone statues stand at the waterfall's edges. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, facing each other across the cascade. Monuments to the last time 2 forces of this magnitude contested each other in this geography. The water falls between them in a roar that drowns lesser sounds. The riverbed below is wide and shallow, reflecting the pre-dawn light in ripples. Sasuke stands on Madara's head. His escort is gone, peeled away by the retrieval team's engagements throughout the forest. He is alone. The barrel that held him during the curse mark's evolution process lies discarded at the statue's base. He stands in the wind, and the power he carries now is visible. The curse mark's chakra bleeds through his skin in flame-like patterns. The second stage accessible, the promised power delivered. He looks across the valley and sees Naruto standing on Hashirama's head. The symmetry is too clean to be coincidence and too weighted to be acknowledged. "You're a fool, Sasuke. You trade one leash for another." Naruto's voice crosses the distance. The waterfall's roar should drown it, but it doesn't. The distortion carries the words as if the air itself parts to let them through. They land on Sasuke's ears with the weight of a judgment already rendered. Sasuke's jaw tightens. His hands close into fists. The curse mark churns beneath his skin, and his eyes, Sharingan spinning, 3 tomoe in each, burn with everything he has carried since the day his family died. "You don't know anything about my path. You don't know what I need. I know what you are, a child reaching for a dead man's hand because living men frighten you." Sasuke's face twists. The curse mark surges. Stage 2 activates, the skin darkening, the pigment shifting to gray as the cursed chakra rewrites his surface, the back of his shirt tearing as protrusions push outward, extending, solidifying into the hand-shaped wings that the complete transformation provides. He lifts off Madara's head, the wings providing thrust, his body rising above the waterfall, the corrupted chakra screaming around him in an aura visible to the naked eye. "You're just a freak! I am an Uchiha!" He dives. The black Chidori forms in his hand mid-descent, electricity condensed and corrupted by the curse mark's influence. Darker than the original technique, louder, the sound it produces more scream than chirp. The lightning wraps his fist, and he aims himself at Naruto's chest like a missile guided by fury and trauma, and the desperate need to prove that what he is matters more than what Naruto has become. Naruto watches him come. The Sharingan is irrelevant at this point. It copies and predicts based on movement patterns and chakra flow. But what it is copying has no pattern to predict because Naruto's body does not operate on principles the Sharingan has reference points for. "I am the evolution." He moves, his right arm warps, the blade extending in a heartbeat, the serrated edge emerging from flesh that parts willingly for it. His left arm transforms simultaneously, the hammer fist forming, mass redistributing, the limb tripling in density and doubling in size. 2 different transformations, 2 different tactical outputs, deployed at the same time with a precision that suggests the biomass itself is intelligent enough to answer 2 different commands simultaneously. The black Chidori reaches him. His torso bends. The spine, or whatever serves as his spine, articulates in a way that no human spine permits. His upper body hinges backward at an angle that would kill a normal person. The black Chidori passing through the space his chest occupied a fraction of a second before. The lightning screams past him. The electricity arcs off his armor, a passive defense that activates at the molecular level, the surface of his skin hardening in response to the proximity of the attack, even without a full morph activation. The Chidori misses. Naruto comes back up. The motion is instant. The spine unhinging and returning to vertical with the speed of a steel trap closing. Sasuke is above him, carried past by the momentum of his dive, the wings flaring to arrest his descent, his face turning back to track where his attack landed and finding his target behind the space he committed to. The hammer fist descends. It connects with Sasuke's back at the junction between spine and wings. The force is beyond measurement. It is the accumulated density of critical mass channeled through a single point of contact. Everything Naruto has consumed, everything he has absorbed, every body and beast and Sanin level chakra reserve compressed into one fist, traveling at one speed in one direction. Sasuke hits the riverbed. The impact creates a crater in the water. The shallow river displaces outward in a circular wave that strips the riverbanks bare. Stone beneath the water fractures in a web pattern that extends 20 meters in every direction from the point of impact. Sasuke is at the center of this web. Face down, half submerged, the curse mark wings broken. They crack where they meet his back. The bone-like structures that form them snapping like dry wood, the hand-shaped extensions folding at wrong angles and beginning to dissolve as the chakra sustaining them fails. The black Chidori disperses. Its electricity flows into the water around Sasuke's submerged form, harmless now, the current dissipating across the width of the river. The technique is spent. The wings are shattered. The boy lies broken in the riverbed of the Valley of the End, and the water rises around him in ripples that carry pink-tinted foam. The valley is silent, except for the waterfall. Naruto descends from the statue's head. He drops. No jump, no technique, just a step off the edge, and a controlled fall that the biomass absorbs on landing without visible effort. He walks across the water's surface to where Sasuke lies. His steps leave ripples that spread outward in rings. His approach is unhurried, because hurrying implies urgency, and urgency implies uncertainty about the outcome. And there is no uncertainty here. There has been no uncertainty here since before the first word was spoken. He crouches over Sasuke's broken form. The Uchiha is conscious, barely, his breath coming in short gasps that blow bubbles in the water covering half his face. His Sharingan still spins, but the eyes behind it carry something empty. Something that has finished the calculation Sasuke has been running since the Forest of Death and arrived at the answer he has been refusing to accept. There is no version of this where Sasuke wins. There is no training, no technique, no bloodline, no external power source that closes this gap. What he has been chasing, the power to kill Itachi, the power to avenge his clan, exists in Naruto with the same ease that water fills a container. And Sasuke, who defined himself by the pursuit of exactly this kind of power, looks at it and understands for the first time that pursuit was always the wrong frame. You do not pursue what you cannot reach. Naruto looks down at him. You wanted power? This is what power looks like. It isn't a fancy eye. It's the willingness to be the monster. The words land on Sasuke like physical weight. They press him further into the riverbed. They settle into the space behind his eyes where certainty used to live, and they do not leave. Naruto's hand moves. It reaches down, fingers extending toward Sasuke's neck, toward the curse mark that sits at the junction of neck and shoulder. Pulsing with Orochimaru's residual influence, the fingers press against the mark. The biomass beneath Naruto's skin activates, the consumption response triggering at contact, the virus identifying foreign biological material and doing what it does. He tears the curse mark out. It is not a sealing. It is not a suppression. It is an extraction. The virus reaches into the mark, wraps around the cells and chakra that compose it, and rips them free of Sasuke's network with a force that is irresistible and total. Orochimaru's essence, encoded in the mark, tethered to Sasuke's chakra pathways, designed to be permanent, comes away in strands of visible energy that flow into Naruto's hand and disappear into his mass. Sasuke screams. The sound is brief, one hard exhale of pure, concentrated agony as something tears free of his body at the deepest level. Then it is over. The mark is gone. The skin where it sat is raw and red and unmarked. The curse mark's influence, the whispered promises, the offered power, the tether to Orochimaru's will, is severed completely and permanently. The extracted essence flows into Naruto. He absorbs it the way he absorbs everything. Totally, without remainder. Orochimaru's chakra signature within the curse mark joins the portion he already consumed in the forest. He now holds more of the Snake Sanin's power than the Snake Sanin does. He stands. His hand drips with something red and black that is not blood and is not anything with a name. He looks at Sasuke, broken, stripped, alive, spine damaged, wings dissolved, curse mark removed. The Uchiha lies in the riverbed of the Valley of the End with the water rising around him, and he will be found. Kakashi's team is 20 minutes behind Naruto's trajectory. They will arrive. They will extract the Uchiha. They will carry him back to a village that will treat his injuries and rehabilitate his body and never, ever restore the thing that was just taken from him. Naruto looks at the valley. The two stone statues frame the waterfall. Hashirama and Madara, the founders, the first conflict, the original divergence between two visions of what the shinobi world should be. They stand as monuments to the idea that this valley is where great disputes are settled. It is fitting, in a way. He looks toward Konoha, behind him, in the direction the retrieval team came from, in the direction every expectation would have him return to. Team 7, the village, the system, the machine that processes children and produces soldiers and calls the output service. He turns the other way. He walks. Each step takes him further from the village that built the machine that made him, and closer to the coast, and closer to the sea, and closer to the land of water, where a woman with auburn hair and a war worth fighting waits for what she asked him to bring, himself. The morning light breaks across the valley. The waterfall catches it. The stone faces of the founders watch a boy walk away from everything they built, carrying the power of everything he has consumed, and behind him a broken Uchiha lies in the water. And behind the Uchiha a village waits for a return that will never come. And behind the village a man named Danzo sits in a room and understands that the thing he created has outgrown every cage he could conceive of. Naruto Uzumaki does not look back. He has looked back enough for one lifetime that was never his. What is ahead is the only direction that has ever mattered to something that was born looking forward. The land of water, the mist, the war may. His stride carries him toward the coastline, toward a boat, toward a country bleeding under the rule of something he has already decided will fall. And behind each step, the ground holds the imprint of something heavier than a boy, something denser than flesh, something that the earth itself flinches from, in a way that flowers will refuse to grow in these footprints for years. The shinobi world does not know what is coming. The shinobi world has never known what was coming, because the thing coming toward it has been consuming everything between itself and its destination since the day it opened its eyes in a body bag beneath Konoha. And what it has become in the years since then exceeds every classification every hidden village has ever generated. The coast of Fire Country arrives at dusk, a line of gray where earth meets water, and both give way to something larger than either. The sea stretches east toward the land of water in a flat expanse that catches the dying light and holds it without warmth. There are fishing villages along this shore, small operations, families who have pulled their living from the water for generations, people who go to bed when it gets too expensive to keep a lamp burning and rise before the sun because the fish do. They see the boy walking down the coastal road in the last of the evening light. They see the blonde hair and the clothes that belong to a shinobi village and the way nothing moves in the trees behind him. No birds, no rustling, the forest holding its breath until he passes. They go inside. They close their doors. They trust the thing their body telling them even though their minds cannot name it, because people who live close to the water learn to read weather in their bones. And what just walked past them carries the same atmospheric weight as a storm front approaching from the horizon. Naruto reaches the waterline. The waves break against sand that darkens where his feet touch it. The viral mass in his body reacting to proximity with the mineral content in the wet sand, or the wet sand reacting to the proximity of something it recognizes as wrong at the molecular level. He stands at the edge of an ocean and he does not pause. He steps forward. Viral chakra fires through the soles of his feet. Wrong colored, wrong feeling, a frequency that makes the surface of the water dimple inward rather than support from beneath. The effect is the same. He stands on the ocean. He runs. Each footfall sends ripples outward in circles that expand and die and leave nothing in their wake. The speed he carries across solid ground translates to the water's surface with the same efficiency, muscle mass engaging in his calves and thighs, the viral tissue compressing and releasing in a rhythm that eats distance the way he eats everything else. The coastline behind him shrinks. The fishing village lights become points. The land becomes a suggestion on the western horizon. The open sea gives him nothing. This is, in 3 years of constant consumption and constant growth, the first time he has moved through a space that offers no information to absorb and no threat to neutralize and no body to process. The ocean is empty in a way the forests never were. The ocean is vast in a way that makes his considerable mass feel appropriately sized for the first time since the table in that facility. The sky above is wide and uninterrupted, and turning the color of bruised fruit as the sun finishes its descent, and beneath his feet the water is cold and deep and carries things in its lower reaches that his thermal vision picks up as faint signatures far below. Large bodies, ancient things, life that has never encountered anything like what runs across its ceiling. They stay deep. The large signatures descend further as he passes over them. Even in the ocean's absolute depths, things that have survived by instinct for millions of years recognize what is above them and choose distance over curiosity. He runs for 4 hours. The sea stays empty. The horizon stays flat. His thoughts, the thing that passes for thoughts in a consciousness built from the layered memories of over 100 consumed minds, run through the tactical brief that is about to become operational reality. The land of water. May's war. The shape of an entire nation's military infrastructure arranged against a population that committed the crime of being born with unusual blood. He carries consumed intelligence from the Waves operation that gives him coordinates for May's base camp as of 3 months ago. He carries consumed route intelligence that gives him Yagura's patrol rotations as of 2 years ago. He carries consumed Missing 9 intelligence that gives him the smuggling routes into and out of the island nation, the back channels, the blind spots in the coastal observation network. He carries everything he needs to dismantle a country. What he carries toward is the person he chose to dismantle it alongside. The land of water's coast appears as a thickening of the eastern horizon, darker than the water around it, solid where everything has been liquid for hours. As the distance closes, details emerge. Trees first. Massive coastal pines clinging to rocky shoreline, their silhouettes jagged against the last light. Then the fires. Distant, inland, the orange glow of things burning that should be standing. Smoke rises from 3 separate points along the tree line visible from his approach angle, and the smell reaches him before the shore does. Iron and ash and the particular chemical signature of burned homes with people still inside them. Yagura's purge operations. Active. Ongoing. The country he is approaching has been dying by degrees for 6 years, and the dying has made it to the coastline. He steps off the water and onto rock. The transition is seamless. That one surface to another, the viral chakra adjusting without conscious direction. He stands on the land of water's soil for the first time, and the ground beneath his feet does what ground always does in his presence. Compresses slightly under weight that exceeds what his frame should produce. The forest interior is 2 hours of movement at the speed he chooses, fast enough to cover distance, measured enough to catalog his environment. The trees here are old growth. Dense canopy, limited visibility from above, which is why resistance movements favor this terrain for base camps. His thermal vision renders the darkness irrelevant, every heat source in his range visible as colored light against the cool background. Small animals that scatter at his approach. A patrol of 3 mist huntermen a kilometer to his north, moving on a trajectory that will bring them nowhere near his position. And ahead, at the coordinates the consumed intelligence provided, a concentration of heat signatures that reads as 40+ bodies in a structured arrangement. May's camp. He enters the perimeter without announcement. The outer sentries, rebels with sharp eyes and sharper nerves. People who have survived Yagura's purge operations by never sleeping deeply enough to miss an approach, see him the moment he crosses the tree line into their observation range. Their reactions are immediate. Hands move to weapons. Postures shift from watchful to aggressive. 3 of them drop from elevated positions to ground level, forming a loose containment arc around his approach vector. They are good. Competent in the way that people who have been hunted become competent, left honed by years of being the ones that someone else was trying to kill. He walks through their containment arc the way water flows through a net. He does it by continuing to walk. His pace remains unchanged. His posture communicates nothing beyond forward motion, and the 3 rebels who form the arc find their commitment to it wavering because their instincts are telling them something their training has no protocol for. The thing walking through their perimeter is something they should be moving away from rather than toward. The camp opens up beyond the sentry line. 43 heat signatures arranged around a central structure, an open-sided pavilion where maps and tactical materials spread across improvised tables, fire pits at regular intervals, banked low to minimize smoke signature, bedrolls arranged in clusters that suggest squad-level organization, the infrastructure of a fighting force that has been operating in the field long enough to make a forest into a home. She is at the center table. auburn hair catching firelight from the nearest pit, falling past her shoulders in the specific way it does, loose enough to suggest a woman who does not concern herself with combat-ready styling, because combat comes to her regardless of how her hair sits. Her single visible eye moves across map coordinates with the focus of a commander who has been at this long enough that strategy is a language she speaks in her sleep. Her posture over the table is forward, intent, the body of someone who has carried this weight for years and refuses to set it down, because setting it down means someone else picks it up, and she trusts nobody else's spine for it. She looks up. The firelight finds her face as her eye tracks from the map to the tree line, to the shape that has just walked through her sentry perimeter, as if sentries were decorative. Whatever crosses her face in that half second communicates something to every person in the camp who is watching their commander, and they are all watching their commander. Because 43 pairs of eyes snapped to the intrusion the moment it registered, and when their leader's response arrived before their own, they defaulted to reading hers. What they read makes no sense to them. What they read is something between recognition and the kind of warmth that has no place on a briefing night in a war camp in the middle of a 6-year conflict. She crosses to him. Her stride is measured, the walk of a woman who has never once run toward anything, because running suggests urgency and urgency suggests uncertainty. And Mai Terumi has been uncertain about very few things in her life. The distance between the strategy table and where Naruto stands is 20 meters, and she covers it at the pace of someone who owns every inch of the ground between. She stops 2 feet from his face. Her eye moves across him, reading, assessing, cataloging what 3 months of the shinobi world did to the things she told to come find her. Her gaze tracks from his feet to his face with the efficiency of someone who knows what she is looking for and is checking whether it is still there, finding nothing missing. Finding, if anything, more than what left the land of waves. The air around him is heavier. His presence is denser. The space he occupies pushes back against the space around it with a pressure that her rebels are feeling from 20 meters away, and she is feeling from 2 feet and choosing to stand inside anyway. You took your time. Her voice carries the warmth of earned familiarity, the kind that exists between 2 people who have already decided something about each other and are past the phase where the decision requires discussion. I stopped for the exam, and your war needed me walking in with more resources than I left with. His voice, the distortion beneath it, the layered wrongness that fires instincts in every living thing within earshot, makes 2 of her nearest rebels take a step backward without choosing to. She does not step backward. She has never stepped backward from anything, and what she is looking at does not rank among the things that would start the habit. And did you find any? He looks at her without expression. The firelight plays across a face that could be a child's face if you ignored the eyes, if you ignored what burns beneath the blue, if you ignored the weight of what stands behind that face the way an ocean stands behind a wave. Orochimaru had a lot to offer. The silence that follows lasts 3 seconds. Her eye changes, something behind it processing the weight of those 5 words, the implication, the specific violence encoded in the past tense of them. What moves across Mai Terumi's face is the recognition that the thing standing in front of her did something to one of the 3 legendary ninja produced by Konoha's golden era, and the way he says it carries the same tone a man uses when describing what he ate for breakfast. She says nothing further about it. The choice is visible in the set of her jaw, the decision to file the information and move forward, because this is a war camp, and war camps run on forward motion, and everything behind them is territory already covered. Her rebels watch from a respectful distance. 38 pairs of eyes reading an exchange between their commanding officer and whatever walked in from the forest, finding nothing in their collected experience that maps to what they are witnessing. 2 of them exchange glances. One, a woman with burn scars across both forearms, who has been with Mei's faction since its founding, watches her commander's face and reads something there she has been watching for since the war started. Hope, maybe, or something more dangerous than hope. the kind of certainty that makes people walk into situations everyone else walks away from. The war briefing happens that night. The strategy table holds the shape of the Civil War laid out in marks and tokens and notation that Mei's command staff has refined across years of field operation. Territory held by Yagura's regime, marked in blue, concentrated around the capital and the coastal fortifications. Territory held by the resistance, marked in red, scattered, clustered in the forests and the smaller islands. Territory under active purge operation, marked in black, and there is too much black. Mei delivers the briefing with the flat efficiency of a commander who has given this briefing in some form or another for 6 years and has stopped being able to afford softness in tactical communication. Yagura's forces number approximately 4,000 active combat operatives, down from 6,000 at the war's outset. The losses have come from attrition, desertion, and the quiet erosion of morale that happens when soldiers spend years being ordered to kill children for having the wrong bloodline. The forces that remain are the true believers, the ones too invested to defect, the ones whose personal histories have committed them past the point of return. His Hunter 9 operations, the teams that move through civilian populations, identifying KK Genkai carriers and eliminating them with the bureaucratic indifference of an extermination program, run on a 3-day rotation across 15 routes. The locations of the Kekkei Genkai survivors her faction has been sheltering. 3 island safe houses, each holding between 20 and 60 people. Civilians, mostly. Children making up more than half the population of each. Some fighters, adults with bloodline abilities who chose to protect others rather than flee the country entirely. She tells it without embellishment. The numbers speak for themselves. 300 confirmed Kekkei Genkai deaths in the last year alone. 67 of those children. The Hunter 9 teams operate in squads of 4, and they are efficient because they have been doing this work for years, and practice produces competence regardless of what the practice involves. Naruto takes it in. His eyes move across the map with the same tracking motion his thermal vision uses, cataloging positions, computing distances, building the 3-dimensional model of the conflict zone inside a mind that already holds the operational intelligence of over 100 professional killers and 3 years of wilderness warfare experience. Mei finishes. She looks at him. The briefing is over, and what comes next is the question she has been holding since she started. What does this thing that walked into her camp intend to do with the information she just gave it? Point me at Yagura. 3 words, and the camp shifts. The rebels within earshot, a dozen of them close enough to hear, react to the simplicity of it, the way you react when someone describes the end of a war, the way you describe a trip to the market. One of them laughs. It is the wrong sound, and he stops it immediately. But the impulse came from genuine shock at the absurdity of what he just heard. Mei's eye holds Naruto's. He'll be surrounded by everything the village has left. Good. I'll need the biomass. Something happens to Mei's face. It starts at the corner of her mouth, a tightening that could be alarm or assessment, or the specific muscle engagement that precedes the kind of expression she has trained herself to suppress in command situations. Then it breaks through the training. She laughs. It is brief, 3 seconds of sound that is genuine and startled and carries the specific humor of someone who has spent 6 years receiving strategic assessments buried in qualification and hedging, encountering one that refuses both. Her rebels stare. Several of them look at each other with the expression of people witnessing something they have never witnessed before and are uncertain how to catalog. Their commander does not laugh during briefings. Their commander does not laugh during anything that touches the war's operations. What just happened belongs in a different category of interaction than anything they have observed in 6 years of following this woman through the worst sustained conflict in the land of water's modern history. The night deepens. The camp settles into the reduced activity of post-briefing hours. Watch rotations deploying, off-duty fighters finding their bedrolls, the fires bank lower as the light they provide becomes less necessary than the concealment their absence offers. He does not sleep because he has never slept since the table. The concept is irrelevant to a viral consciousness that does not experience fatigue in any form a human body would recognize. He stands at the camp's northern edge, where the tree line opens slightly toward a ridge that offers a long view of the inland territory. The fires he saw from the coast are visible from here. 3 separate burn sites, each one representing a village that existed this morning and will exist tomorrow only as ash and memory. She finds him 2 hours after her faction has settled. Her footsteps on the forest floor carry the weight of someone who has been awake since before dawn and will be awake past it again. And the fact that she is here rather than in her bedroll communicates something about priorities that she does not verbalize. She stands beside him. The ridge catches the faint starlight that filters through breaks in the canopy. And in that light, her face carries the marks of 6 years, lines around her eye that were earned rather than aged into, a set to her jaw that suggests permanent readiness. You look at those fires like they're data points, she says. They are. They're villages. They're both. She turns her head to look at him. The assessment in her gaze carries warmth beneath it, the kind of warmth that does not soften the intelligence but exists alongside it, 2 qualities occupying the same eye without conflict. And what does the data tell you? That Yagura's purge operations are expanding rather than contracting. He's burning faster because he's losing territory. A man who consolidates his violence is a man who knows his reach is shrinking. We've been exploiting that for 2 years. Every push outward weakens his center. Then you already know what I'm going to say. That we stop pushing the periphery and go straight for the heart. Her voice carries no surprise. She knew. She has known for months, probably longer. The strategy has been obvious to her for some time. What she lacked was the single variable that makes a straight-line assault on a Jinchuriki's capital something other than suicide. She looks at him, and she is looking at the variable. What is the shinobi world built on, he asks. The question comes without preamble and without the framing that would make it feel like a test. He asks it the way someone asks a genuine question to a person whose answer they believe will be worth hearing. Power, she says. Power and the systems built to concentrate it. Villages exist because scattered clans discovered they were more effective as unified forces. Kaji exists because the concentrated power needed a decision maker at the center. The whole architecture, from Jinin to Kage, is a hierarchy of violence organized around the assumption that the strongest thing in the system sits at the top. And when something stronger walks in from outside the system, then the system either absorbs it or it breaks. She looks at him with the full weight of what that sentence means applied to what he is. You're asking if I think you'll break the system. I'm asking what you think should replace it. Her eye narrows fractionally. The question is real and she treats it that way, taking 3 seconds of silence to compose an answer that matches the weight of the asking. Something that doesn't manufacture children for the purpose of turning them into weapons. Something that doesn't sign orders killing people for how they were born. Something that holds the people who give those orders accountable rather than promoting them. She pauses. I know that sounds like idealism. I know it sounds like the kind of thing people say before they win their war and then discover that governing is harder than fighting. But I've been fighting for 6 years toward a specific version of what comes after, and I will die before I let the after look like the before. It won't. You say that with certainty. I say it because the before produced me. Whatever comes after will know what happens when you build something you can't contain. The memory of that lesson is the governance. She looks at him for a long time. The fires on the horizon burn behind his silhouette, and the starlight catches the faint luminescence of his skin. The viral mass beneath the surface doing what it does at rest, maintaining, circulating, the constant motion of something that never stops being alive no matter how still the body holding it becomes. I don't agree with all of that, she says. Fear isn't governance. What you're describing, the world behaving because it remembers what you are, that only works while you're present. The moment you're gone, the architecture reasserts itself. Then I stay present. For how long? As long as the work requires. She tilts her head. The curve of her mouth shifts, something between challenge and the particular kind of approval that comes from having your pushback received without defensiveness. Most people in your position would want to be worshipped, would want the title, the seat, the formal acknowledgement of what they can do. Most people in my position don't exist. Fair. She looks back at the fires. The longest silence of the conversation settles between them. Comfortable in the way that silences between two people become comfortable when neither needs to fill the space for the other's benefit. The forest breathes around them. An owl calls from somewhere north, far enough from Naruto's presence that its instincts allow it to remain, close enough that its voice reaches them. Your war is going to end in days, he says. You know that. I know what you are. And after it ends, the rebuilding, the governance, the actual work of making a country function when the thing holding it together through terror is gone. That's yours. Mine, she agrees. I won't interfere with it. I know, she looks at him, but you'll be here. I'll be here. What passes between them in that exchange carries more weight than the words account for. It is the foundation under everything that comes after. Two people who have both decided what they are, confirming that the other's version of the world leaves room for them in it. Mei Terumi did not survive 6 years of civil war by being naive about what people offer and what they mean by it. What she reads in Naruto's commitment is the first promise anyone has made her in years that she believes will be kept, because the thing making it has consumed enough of the world to understand what promises cost and makes them anyway. 3 days later, the swordsmen come. Yagura's intelligence network, diminished but still functioning, reports the anomaly from the land of waves. The accounts from coastal observers describe a figure running across the open sea. The reports from the inland patrols nearest Mei's operating territory describe a change in the wildlife patterns. The specific radius of silence and evacuation that surrounds Naruto's position wherever he lingers. The picture assembles itself in whatever remains of the Mist's analytical division, and the response is the heaviest thing left in Yagura's arsenal. The remaining active 7 swordsmen. 3 of them deploy as the first wave: the Nuibari wielder, the Hiramakara user, and the twin-blade Kiba operative. These are the Mist's most famous military assets, the keepers of weapons that have their own entries in bingo books across 3 nations. Fighters whose reputations are built on decades of being the thing that ends careers. They approach with the professionalism the reputation demands. 3 vectors of approach, high, mid, ground, converging on the camp's northern perimeter where the anomaly was last reported. Their coordination is practiced, years of combined operations producing a synchronization that reads as a single tactical mind distributed across 3 bodies. They move through the trees with the confidence of the best, the ones who have stood at the apex of their nation's military hierarchy long enough that the position feels like gravity rather than achievement. They see a child at the camp's edge. The postures adjust. There is a loosening that happens when professionals reassess a target below their perceived threshold, a fractional relaxation of grip, a slight decrease in movement speed, the unconscious communication between body and mind that the situation has been miscategorized and the threat level is lower than briefed. The Kiba wielder, fastest of the 3, the one whose twin lightning blades hum with a constant electrical charge that makes the air around him smell like a storm, actually slows his approach. The target is small. The target is alone. The target carries no visible weapon and wears no armor, and stands at the camp's edge with the casual positioning of someone who has been aware of their approach for longer than they have been making it. This lasts 4 seconds. Then Naruto shifts the blade, and 3 careers built across decades of professional killing reassess their life choices in the space between one heartbeat and the next. The sound comes first, that bone-cracking, tissue-stretching, wet articulation that Part 1 established and Part 2 has only refined. His right arm warps outward. The skin splits along fault lines that the biomass has mapped and remapped 1,000 times. The tissue beneath pressing through in ridges of compressed viral matter, black and red, striated like geological layers, the serrated edge extending to full length, with a weight that shifts the air pressure in his immediate vicinity. The blade towers above his frame. The morning light catches its surface and refracts into colors that belong to no natural spectrum. The Nuibari wielder recovers first. He is the type, wire-based combat, precision attacks, the needle blade and its threading technique designed to pin targets at range. Wire launches from his position in 3 separate vectors, razor-thin, chakra-enhanced, aimed at torso and limbs and throat with the accuracy of someone who has threaded targets through gaps smaller than a closed fist. The wire hits. It wraps. It bites into the flesh of Naruto's torso with the specific sound of metal encountering resistance. And then it stops. The wire sits in his skin, embedded a centimeter into the viral tissue, and the tissue does what tissue does when presented with foreign objects. It closes around them, holds them. The wire goes taut as the Nuibari wielder tries to pull it free and finds that the surface it embedded in has sealed around the metal and is holding it in place with the gentle inevitability of something that absorbs rather than resists. The Nuibari wielder's face changes. His grip adjusts on the needle blade's handle, and his feet shift into a retreat posture, because the thing his weapon just encountered has broken a fundamental assumption of his combat style, that what his wire enters, his wire can exit, the whip fist answers. Naruto's left arm stretches, elongating, splitting, the bladed tendril extending outward along the path of the taut wire, the way electricity follows a grounding cable. It uses the wire as a guide. The bladed segments follow the metal strand with the speed of something that was already moving before the decision to move registered. And the Nuibari wielder has time to understand that his own wire has become the vector of his death, and none of the time required to do anything with that understanding. The Hiramekari user commits in the same moment. Twin shark constructs, manifested from the blade's stored chakra, massive things with teeth and momentum, and enough force behind them to reduce fortifications to rubble, launch toward Naruto from the mid-level approach vector. They hit. They break against the armor that engages across his surface in the moment between launch and impact. Viral plating hardening over every inch of available skin. The black plates overlapping and compressing. The shark constructs meeting something harder than their teeth were designed for, and dispersing against it, the way weather disperses against a mountainside. The Kiba wielder reads the situation. His twin blades hum with accumulated lightning. He is the fastest of the 3, the most mobile, the one whose combat style relies on speed rather than raw force, the one who has never been caught because being caught requires something faster than him to exist. He turns. He breaks for the tree line at his absolute maximum speed. The lightning from his blades leaving after images in the air, his body becoming a blur of electrical discharge aimed at the horizon. The whip fist extends. 30 meters of bladed tendril cross the space between Naruto's arm and the retreating swordsman's ankle in a time frame that makes the Kiba wielder's maximum speed look like walking. It wraps once, a single loop around the ankle joint, and the landing when the tendril constricts and arrests all forward momentum is a sound that carries through the trees for 200 meters. The swordsman hits the ground face first with enough force that the dirt craters around his impact point, and the lightning in his blades discharges harmlessly into the earth. 3 consumptions follow in sequence. The Nuibari wielder's body breaks apart in 12 seconds. Tissue separating into component materials, flowing along the tendrils that erupt from Naruto's torso, absorbed into the viral mass with the efficiency of something that has performed this process hundreds of times and needs no further practice. What flows in with the biomass? Missed naval routes. The location of Yagura's mobile command structure. Communication frequencies for the regime's remaining loyal forces. Patrol schedules covering the next 3 weeks. The Hiramekari user follows, 9 seconds, the process accelerating as the viral mass warms to the task. His contribution: the full political map of the remaining Civil War factions, including 3 resistance cells that Mei's faction has lost contact with over the last year. Their locations, their leadership, their current operational status. The Kiba wielder, 7 seconds, the fastest yet. His body carries the layout of Yagura's personal guard formations, the rotation of his close protection team, the structural weaknesses of the capital's inter-district defenses, and the knowledge that Yagura never sleeps without the three tails chakra active in his system, maintaining a baseline transformation readiness. That means any approach on his position is an approach on a tailed beast. Naruto stands in a clearing that held 3 of the mist's most feared assets 40 seconds ago, and now holds only him and the legendary blades they carried. Dropped, inert, their wielders dissolved into something that has already filed everything they were and moved on to what comes next. 3 days later, Kisame Hoshigaki arrives alone. He walks into the same clearing where his colleagues ceased to exist. The afternoon light filters through the canopy and catches the massive shape of Samehada on his back, the bandaged blade shifting against its wrappings with the restless motion of something alive and uncomfortable. Kisame is large in the way that certain people are large, a presence that occupies more space than his physical dimensions account for. His skin holds the blue-gray tint of his particular heritage. His eyes carry the flat assessment of someone who has been the most dangerous person in most rooms for most of his life. He stops at the clearing's edge. His hand rests on Samehada's grip. The blade is pulling backward, a physical resistance communicated through the handle, the living weapon straining against the direction its wielder wants to take it. Kisame feels it. His eyes track from the blade to the boy standing at the clearing's center, and something moves across his expression that is honest enough to be interesting. He tightens his grip, overrides the resistance, keeps walking. Because he is Kisame Hoshigaki, and the sword's opinions, while noted, remain subordinate to his own. They told me you were something worth seeing. His voice is deep, unhurried, carrying the cadence of a man who has had conversations in places like this before, and has always walked away from them. He looks at the remnants of the clearing, the disturbed earth, the absence of bodies, the 3 legendary blades sitting on the ground where their wielders dropped them like trash. They weren't wrong. Naruto looks at the man who is still approaching despite everything in his weapon, screaming the opposite direction. The assessment is different here. Kisame is different. He is looking at someone who does not carry fear the way his colleagues did, who does not loosen or tighten at the something that exceeds his parameters. He carries the same flat presence he walked in with, and the presence says, I have been the monster in the room for so long that another monster does not rearrange my understanding of the world. It adds to it. Samehada is pulling away from me. Your blade knows what I am. Kisame glances down at the bandaged weapon straining against his grip. Something that might be amusement moves through his expression. Blades aren't supposed to make decisions. Neither are people. They do anyway. The amusement solidifies into something that acknowledges the point. Kisame shifts his stance, feet widening, weight redistributing to the balls of his feet, the practiced readiness of someone who fights from a grounded base and trusts his mass to do what speed does for lighter opponents. His free hand forms a seal. Water erupts from the ground in a circular wave. Water release, drawing moisture from the earth, from the trees, from the air itself, with the voracious pull of a technique deployed by someone with chakra reserves that dwarf most Kaji-level operatives. The clearing floods in seconds. The water rises to waist height, then chest height, the technique creating an enclosed sea in the middle of a forest with the casual enormity that defines Kasame's combat style. He attacks from beneath the surface, his natural element, the terrain that makes him something close to untouchable. He moves through the water he created with a speed that turns his body into a wake rather than a shape, Samehada leading, the blade's wrappings falling away to reveal the scaled, tooth-covered surface beneath. The mouth on the sword's face opens. It bites toward Naruto's center mass with the feeding instinct of something that has been eating chakra for longer than most ninja have been alive. Samehada makes contact with the viral biomass. The blade's chakra absorption mechanism engages, the teeth sinking into the surface layer of Naruto's torso, the eating response triggering, the weapon trying to do what it has always done. Devour the energy it encounters and feed it back to its wielder. It finds something that does not follow the rules. The viral mass has no pathways. It has no channels. It has no network of chakra circulation that a devouring mechanism can latch onto and drain. What it has is a continuous living mass that responds to the attempt to eat it by identifying the eating mechanism and beginning to eat that instead. Samahada's teeth are in Naruto's flesh. Naruto's flesh is flowing across Samahada's teeth. The viral mass reaches the blade's surface and begins doing what it does to every organic material it encounters, cataloging it, breaking it down, learning its structure. Samahada screams. The sound is high and wrong, and it comes from the sword's mouth, a keening that communicates distress at a level the living weapon has never experienced. Its teeth retract. They retract faster than they have ever retracted from anything, pulling free of the viral tissue with the urgency of something that has just encountered a predator. It was not designed to face. Kasame feels it through the grip. The blade's feedback, normally a current of absorbed energy flowing into his reserves, is reversed. Something is flowing the wrong direction. Something is entering through the sword's connection to him rather than exiting, and the wrongness of it fires every alarm in a body that has been too dangerous to worry about alarms for decades. He disengages. Samahada separates from the contact. The blade's bandages reform around its surface, the weapon wrapping itself, hiding, the living thing inside it curling away from what it just touched with the full body flinch of a creature that has been burned. Naruto watches. Muscle mass engages, the black veins crawling from his heels to his crown, the visible redistribution of viral density through his entire frame. The speed increase is immediate and total. He crosses the gap between his position and Kasame's in a single stride that displaces enough water to create a wave on both sides of his movement path. His hands shift into hammer fists mid-stride, the arms expanding, the mass flowing to his extremities, the resulting limbs enormous and dense. One hammer fist reaches Samahada's flat side and grabs. The fingers, thick as tree limbs, dense as compressed stone, close around the blade and hold. Samahada thrashes. The blade screams again, that high keening, louder now, the living weapon attempting to escape a grip that does not negotiate. The viral mass on the hammer fist's surface flows across the blade's scales, touching, cataloging, the consumption response beginning along every point of contact. Samahada cannot eat its way free, because the thing gripping it eats better and eats faster, and has been eating things far more substantial than chakra-devouring swords for 3 years. Kasame makes a decision. He releases the grip. His hands leave Samahada's handle and he steps backward. 1 step, 2, 3, putting distance between himself and the blade and the thing holding the blade. His posture straightens. His hands fall to his sides. His face settles into an expression that is honest in the way that only a man who has nothing left to prove can be honest. I'd tell Yagura what you are, but I don't think he has a word for it. I'll go with problem. He turns. He walks away with his back straight and his eyes forward and his pace unchanged, neither fleeing nor retreating, occupying the specific space between those two actions that preserves what a man like Kasame considers dignity. He does not look back. Naruto watches him go. The calculation is fast and clean. A living Kasame connected to the Akatsuki's communication network is more useful to what comes next than a consumed one. The information he carries will move through channels. It will reach ears that need to hear it. The picture of what waits in the land of water will reach every relevant intelligence desk in the shinobi world through the mouth of a man whose reputation ensures the report will be believed. He drops Samahada. The blade hits the water's surface and sinks the living weapon, choosing the bottom over proximity to what just held it. It settles in the mud of the artificial lake and goes still, and its silence carries the specific quality of something that has decided it never wants to be found again. May is on the ridge above the flooded clearing. She watched the whole exchange from a distance, that her rebel scouts told her was safe, and that she chose because safe is a word that means something different when applied to the thing she is watching. The expression she wears when Naruto turns back toward camp is beyond her battle analysis mode. Something is behind her eye that is warm and sharp and entirely unbothered by its own warmth. She watches the boy who defeated the most feared active swordsman in the Hidden Mist history through the specific tactic of making the man's weapon too afraid to function, And what she feels about it is something she does not bother concealing from her own face because concealment serves no purpose here. That night, in the cleared space between the strategy table and the fire pit where the command staff gathers, she stands close enough that the conversation belongs to them alone. The 7 swordsmen have been dismantling Kekkei Genkai users in the villages for 6 years. 3 of them are gone in one afternoon and the 4th walked away with his spine intact because you let him. This war just changed. It was already changed. I just arrived. She looks at him for a long moment. The firelight traces the line of her jaw and the curve of her mouth and the intelligence in her eye. And what she says next, she says with the full awareness that her command staff is within earshot, and what she is about to do is let them hear something personal from a woman who has given them nothing personal in 6 years. That is the most arrogant thing I've ever found attractive. The beat after that line stretches. His eyes hold hers, blue with red beneath. The viral burn constant in the low light, carrying the distortion that makes most people flinch at proximity and makes Mei Terumi do something else entirely. His head tilts fractionally. The response comes in a register that is lower than his standard combat voice, something that strips the distortion back to reveal what lives beneath it. Attraction requires something worth looking at. You decided that before I said anything. She reads the shift in register with the precision of someone who has been reading people in impossible situations for years. The fractional warming in a voice that carries wrongness as its baseline, the acknowledgement encoded in the directness of it. Her eye holds his. The firelight moves. Her rebels, the ones close enough to hear, find themselves suddenly very interested in other things. Maps, weapons maintenance, the far tree line, anything that allows them to stop occupying the space between their commander and whatever is happening in that space. She holds the eye contact, waits for him to look away first. He does not look away. 3 seconds. 5. The fire crackles. A log splits and sends sparks upward, and neither of them tracks the motion because neither of them is willing to be the one who breaks first. It becomes something else, a contest that is also a confirmation, each second of sustained contact carrying the weight of a choice being made and held and made again. She smiles. It is small and it is real and it breaks the contest without conceding it. Tomorrow, she says, we move on the capital. Tomorrow, he agrees, they move on the capital. Mei's rebel faction, 43 fighters organized into strike teams that have spent 6 years learning to do maximum damage with minimum exposure, moves on the Mist's outer defensive perimeter at dawn. Their role is the perimeter. The guard posts, the communication relays, the infrastructure that connects the capital's defenses to each other. They are the scalpel that disconnects the system's components. They are very good at it. Naruto walks through the front gate. The outer defensive line of the Hidden Mist's capital is a formation of 80 fighters. The ones who remained loyal through 6 years of watching their leader burn his own country from the inside. They are arranged in a layered defense across the gate approach. Ranged fighters in elevated positions, close combat specialists behind barricades, sensor types monitoring the approach vectors. They see the child approaching from the tree line. Their formations tighten. He reaches engagement range and stops walking. He stands in the road 50 meters from the gate formation and his body begins to change. Every surface of his skin splits. The tendrils press outward from every point on his body simultaneously, erupting from torso, from limbs, from the back of his neck, and the spaces between his ribs, each one a cable of compressed viral matter thicker than a man's arm, and tipped with a point that catches the morning light and refracts it wrong. For one frozen moment, he stands at the center of a star-shaped mass that has chosen its targets, but has yet to fire. Tendril barrage devastator. The sound is singular. One catastrophic impact multiplied by 80. Every tendril fires outward at velocities that turn them into solid spears, each one finding a body, each one punching through whatever stands between its tip and the space beyond. 80 missed fighters, positioned across their defensive formation, with the spacing and readiness of professionals holding their final line, become 80 pieces of evidence that the line was never going to hold. The bodies hang on black spikes. Some are pinned to the walls. Some are pinned to the ground in positions that suggest they were frozen mid-response. Some are pinned to each other, the tendril passing through the first having continued through the second, because biomass does not distinguish between one target and two at this range. The tendrils retract, bodies fall, the second defensive layer encounters the blade, the arm extending, elongating, the serrated edge sweeping through their formation with the horizontal inevitability of a levee breaking. The sound of the blade cutting through multiple bodies is something that the survivors in the street behind the formation will carry for the rest of their lives. A wet, dense, layered impact that happens once and echoes as many times as there were people in its path. The inner ring, the most experienced fighters, the ones Yagura kept closest because their loyalty was personal rather than institutional, encounter the hammer fists. Naruto's arms expand. The mass floods to his extremities. He brings both fists down on the cobblestone street at the inner ring's center, and the ground opens. The stone fractures outward in a radial pattern that collapses everything above it into the spaces below, the subterranean infrastructure of the capital's drainage system becoming a grave for the defenders who stood on the street above it. And then something changes. The defenders who have held through everything, through the Devastator, through the blade, through the hammer fists rearranging the geography they stood on, begin to break. It is visible. A fighter in the third tier who has held his position through 3 separate attacks lowers his weapon. His hands shake. His eyes move from the wreckage around him to the boy at the center of it, and the calculation finishes. This ends one way regardless of what he does. He drops his blade. It clatters on the stone. The sound carries in the silence that follows a major attack cessation. Another fighter drops her weapon. Another. The sound multiplies. Metal on stone, the specific percussion of a military force deciding collectively that the position is no longer worth holding. They do not run. Running suggests they believe escape is available. They drop their weapons and they stand still and they wait for whatever comes next, because whatever comes next is beyond their ability to influence. Naruto walks past them. They are irrelevant, and their decision to become irrelevant has saved the time their deaths would have cost. Yagura waits. The inner district of the Mist capital, a circular plaza surrounding the Mizukage's tower, the administrative heart of the nation, the place from which 6 years of purge orders were signed and distributed. Yagura stands in the center of the plaza with the dawn light falling across a small frame that has always surprised people who know his reputation. He is short, compact. The staff he carries, the weapon of his office, rests across his shoulders with the ease of long familiarity. His eyes carry it. The Three Tails' influence burning behind his pupils, something ancient and vast looking out through human eyes with the patience of a creature that has existed since before the concept of villages, before the shinobi system, before any of the structures that are currently falling apart around its Jinchuriki. He looks at Naruto across the plaza. His face shows nothing because years of Isobu's influence have burned through most of his capacity for normal human expression. What remains is function, assessment. The recognition that the thing approaching him is the thing his swordsmen died against, and his defense formations broke against, and his entire military infrastructure failed to slow. He transforms. The Three Tails rises. Isobu's massive form erupts from the plaza's center, the spiked shell pushing upward, cracking the Mizukage Tower at its base as the transformation's scale exceeds the infrastructure around it. 3 tails extend, each one thick as a building, sweeping outward as the construct grows, displacing water from the canals that run through the capital streets in surges that flood the lower district. The beast's roar reverberates through the capital's walls, ancient, vast, the voice of something that remembers a world before humans and finds the current arrangement insufficient. Buildings crack at the transformation's edge. Fighters who held their ground through everything preceding this moment make the correct decision to move further. The plaza empties as the transformation fills it, 100 meters of armored shell and thrashing tails and ancient power, the full manifestation of a tailed beast inside its own village. Naruto looks up. The Three Tails fills his vision, massive, ancient, armored in a shell that has deflected techniques from legendary shinobi across centuries of combat. 3 tails. Still not enough. He leaps. Muscle mass fires through his entire body. The black veins crawl from his heels to the crown of his head in the instant before the launch. The viral mass compressing and redirecting, every fiber of his frame configured for maximum output in a single explosive moment. The stone beneath his departure point fractures in a crater 3 meters across. He rises. The plaza falls away. The buildings. The walls. The capital shrinks beneath him as he ascends on raw force that has no equivalent in the shinobi world's catalog of movement techniques. He passes the shell's height. He passes the head. He hangs at the apex with the morning sky behind him and the full mass of a tailed beast below, and both arms transform simultaneously. Hammer fists. The mass redistributes, flowing from core to extremities, the arms expanding outward until they are twice normal size and 3 times normal density. Veins of compressed viral matter visible along their surfaces like geological striations. He descends. The impact point is the crown of the 3-tailed shell. The surface that has deflected shinobi techniques for centuries meets something it has no reference for. The full density of critical mass viral biomass channeled through 2 points of contact at the terminal velocity of a controlled fall. The shell spiderwebs. The cracks radiate outward from the impact point to the shell's edges, the sound of it crossing every frequency simultaneously. Low enough to vibrate bone and high enough to shatter glass in buildings 3 blocks away. The 3 tails screams and every canal in the capital reverses its flow direction from the vibration alone. The beast fights back. Water jets fire from the gaps in the cracked shell, pressurized columns hitting the armormorph that engages across Naruto's surface and dispersing against it like rain against stone. A tail sweeps inward, the massive limb curving around to swat the thing on its skull the way a bear swats an insect. It connects. The force is enough to send Naruto off the shell and into the air, tumbling, the tail's momentum imparting enough energy to cross the distance between the beast's head and the nearest building. He hits the building. He goes through it. Stone and wood and support beams part around his armored frame without slowing him measurably. He exits the other side, covered in dust, unmarked beneath it, already turning his trajectory back toward the beast, before the building he passed through finishes collapsing. The blade extends on the return trajectory. His right arm warps mid-flight, the tissue splitting, the serrated edge pressing outward, the full length extending as he closes the distance back to the 3 tails, at a speed that the beast's massive eyes track with the growing recognition that pain is coming, and the ancient intelligence behind those eyes cannot prevent it. He drives the blade into the cracked shell surface at a weak point, the initial impact created. The serrated edge bites in, cutting through chakra-dense tissue that has resisted everything else, the viral matter's density exceeding what the shell's structure can withstand. He tears. A section of shell comes free, armored tissue the size of a cart, flung away as the blade rips it from the beast's back and exposes what lies beneath. Tendrils drive into the gap. Thick consumption cables, the biomass erupting from his torso in a dozen simultaneous extensions, each one diving into the 3 tails' exposed interior. They latch onto the chakra-dense tissue beneath the shell and begin pulling, absorbing tailed beast energy in a surge that makes his body crackle with power, his eyes flaring red through the armor's plating, the air around him distorting with the volume of energy being drawn inward. He takes enough to surge his reserves beyond their baseline. Then he finds Yagura. The whip fist drives downward through the transformation mass, boring through layers of the construct with the unerring path of something that can sense human biomass at distance. It searches through 100 meters of dense chakra matter and finds what it is looking for, the small body suspended at the beast's center, the Jinchuriki around whom the transformation built itself. The blade tendril wraps around Yagura's torso. The segments grip without cutting, the degree of control that 3 years of practice has produced, the ability to constrict without bisecting. He pulls. Yagura exits the construct like a tooth from a jaw. The 3 tails, severed from its Jinchuriki, the connection broken at the point of contact, loses cohesion. The massive shell dissolves. The tails disperse into mist, The entire construct collapses from the top down, the chakra that sustained it evaporating as the sustained will that held it together is removed from its center. Waterfalls, the displaced liquid from the canals and the liquefied remnants of the construct, all of it crashing to the streets in a wave that floods the inner district to knee height. Yagura lands in the water, on his knees, small, human. The staff of his office floating away in the current. The man who signed the purge orders, who deployed hunter teams against children, who ran a nation through the extermination of anyone born different, on his knees in the flooded ruins of his own capital. Naruto descends through the falling water. His feet find the street surface. The armor recedes. The blade retracts. His arms return to standard proportion with the wet cracking sounds that carry half a block. He stands over the kneeling man, and what is between them is the weight of 6 years of systematic atrocity measured against what answers for it. 6 years, thousands dead, and you're the same small man you started as. Yagura offers nothing. His mouth moves, the beginning of words that his body decides are irrelevant before his tongue can shape them. His eyes, emptied of the Three Tails' presence for the first time in years, are confused, lost. The expression of someone who has been driving under an influence so long that its removal leaves nothing recognizable beneath. The tendrils take him. 7 seconds. The consumption that follows brings everything, every order, every name, every deployment. The full operational history of a regime built on the extermination of bloodline users. The confirmation of what consumed Akatsuki intelligence already suggested. Yagura was being manipulated. A genjutsu so complete that the man's own will had been absent for years. Obito Uchiha's fingerprints on every decision, every purge, every child killed in the name of a policy the Mizukage never chose, Naruto files it. The manipulation does not erase the result. Thousands are dead regardless of whose will was behind the instrument of their death. The information has value for what comes next. For who comes next? Mei arrives at the site. She walks through water that reaches above her knees, past wreckage, past the still bodies of Yagura's last defenders who dropped their weapons and received their lives in return. She moves through the aftermath of a tailed beast fight and a 6-year war's conclusion with the stride of someone walking into a space she has been moving toward since the day she decided this war would end with her standing in this city. She comes to a stop in front of Naruto, 3 feet of distance, knee-deep in water that carries the dissolved remnants of a construct that was 100 meters tall 5 minutes ago. The dawn light is full now, the sun clear of the horizon, illuminating a capital city that is damaged in flooding and free of the thing that held it in terror for 6 years. Her expression is the most complex thing in the story so far. It carries the release of sustained weight, the particular quality of a person who has carried something unbearable for years, feeling it leave. And it carries the recognition that the person responsible for the release is standing in front of her. And it carries something else beneath both. Something that has been building since a rooftop in the land of waves and has arrived at a place where it refuses to be carried silently any longer. She does not speak. She steps forward, closing the 3 feet to 1 foot, then to nothing. Her hand finds the side of his face. Her palm presses against a jaw that could shift into claws or blade or anything in between at a speed faster than human reflexes, and she presses her hand against it anyway because she has never once feared what he is, and she will not start now. Her eye holds his, close enough that the red burning beneath the blue is visible as individual motes of light, close enough that the wrongness of him is a warmth rather than a pressure, close enough that what passes between them in this moment is understood by both without requiring articulation. She leans in. Her forehead touches his. She holds it there. 2 seconds, 3. And what she is communicating through the contact is something that belongs to no language she would waste on observers. "Thank you," she says. Her voice is low, and it carries the specific weight of someone who has needed to say this for 6 years and has never had someone to say it to. For ending it. His hand comes up. The fingers that can become claws, that can become whip fist, that have torn apart things legendary enough to have their own entries in history. They rest against her wrist where her hand meets her arm, And the touch is light in a way that communicates a choice about gentleness rather than an absence of force. You ended it. I was the weapon. You were never a weapon. She says it with finality. She says it the way she says things she has decided, and the decision is permanent. Weapons don't choose. You chose to be here. The 48 hours that follow are the particular silence of a country learning to breathe after years of being strangled. May's faction moves into the capital. The mist forces, those who survived, those who dropped their weapons, those who deserted in the final hours, surrender without the structure they were fighting to protect. There is no central command to issue orders. There is no Mizukage to rally behind. There is a vacuum, and May fills it the way water fills a container. Naturally, completely, because the shape of the space was always meant for her. The Kekkei Genkai survivors come out of hiding. They arrive across the first 3 days, from the island safe houses, from the forests, from the underground cells where they lived for years, afraid that every footstep above meant death. Children first. They are small, and their eyes are too old for their faces, and they look at the woman who sheltered them with the specific trust that comes from being protected at cost. Adults follow, the ones who survived the purge by going underground, by disguising their bloodlines, by living as something less than what they were born as. They see May, they see what stands beside May. They know one of these people, and they look at the other with the instincts of people who have been hunted long enough to recognize when something is hunter rather than having. They give him space. He accepts the space without comment. The coronation happens on the 3rd day. The surviving Kiri Council, diminished, most of them new appointments to replace those who either died in the war or died with Yagura's regime, convenes in the Mizukage's office. The room is damaged. The tower took structural compromise from the Three Tails' initial transformation. The windows are gone. The desk sits at a slight angle because the floor beneath it has developed a crack that runs from wall to wall. They place the hat on her head. The weight of it, physical and otherwise, lands with a clarity that her face manages to contain for exactly the duration of the ceremony and no longer. The moment the last council member files out, the composure softens at its edges. She stands behind the desk with the hat in her hands and looks at it the way a person looks at something they have been reaching toward for years and has suddenly arrived in their grip. Naruto watches from the corner of the room. He was there because she said, "Be there," the morning before, and the instruction required no further elaboration. The room clears. The door closes. The silence of the office settles around them. The specific quality of a space that just held a ceremonial weight, now holding only 2 people and whatever exists between them. I spent 6 years imagining what I'd feel when this was over. I didn't think it would feel this much like the beginning. Her voice carries something she did not show the council. Vulnerability, maybe, or the particular honesty that comes when a woman who has been performing strength for years encounters a space where performance is unnecessary. You were always building something. The war just looked like the obstacle. This is the work. She looks at him. Across the damaged office, through the crack in the floor and the absent windows, and the evidence of everything that happened to bring this moment to this room. Are you staying? For now. She sets the hat on the desk. She crosses the room, the same measured stride from the camp, the same refusal to run, the same commitment to owning every inch of ground between them. She stops close. Her eye searches his face the way it has searched it since the first time they stood this close. That's the most honest answer I've ever gotten from anyone. What comes after the honesty is a choice that neither of them announces. She leans forward. He does not step back. The distance between them, the last inch of space that has existed since the Land of Waves, maintained through a war and a crossing and the fall of a regime, closes because both of them decide simultaneously that it has carried long enough. Her mouth finds his. The contact is brief and it is real, and it carries the combined weight of every exchange they have had since a rooftop where she said, "I want your presence," and he said, "After the exam," and both of them meant things they were not ready to name. She kisses him, and it is the closing of a circuit that has been running open since they met. And what flows through the connection once it closes is the confirmation that both of them were always moving toward this point, regardless of what stood between. She pulls back an inch. Her eye is steady. Her mouth carries the curve that has been present since the land of waves. Knowing, warm, the smile of a woman who does not second-guess herself. "Stay," she says again, and this time it carries a different weight than the war version. This time it is personal. "I'm staying." Intelligence networks across the 5 great nations have been cataloging anomalies for months. The anomalies now have a location and a pattern and a scale that forces every analytical division in every hidden village to confront what they are looking at. 3 swordsmen eliminated in one afternoon. Yagura, a 3-tails Jinchuriki, consumed. A 6-year civil war resolved in 72 hours. Every intelligence asset pointed at water country is returning the same signature. One source. One entity. The boy whose name appears in Konoha's Academy enrollment records and whose current operational status defies every classification system in existence. Konoha's council meets. Danzo sits in his seat with the specific silence of a man who has been maintaining that silence as survival strategy for 3 years and feels the walls of that strategy compressing inward. The discussion circles around what happened in water country. Koharu and Homura read patterns that connect back to Root's operational history, inferences rather than direct accusations, but inferences sharp enough to cut. The 3rd Hokage reads the same patterns. He sits in his seat and carries what he has been carrying since the invasion. The weight of suspicion confirmed but unactionable. The knowledge that what walks the shinobi world wearing a child's face was manufactured in a facility. His oversight should have prevented. His face shows it to anyone paying attention. The age in his eyes deepens. The pipe in his hand goes unlit. Danzo's silence confirms everything it needs to confirm without producing a syllable that could be held against him in formal proceedings. The Akatsuki adjusts. Obito Uchiha, operating through Pain's 6 bodies, the architect of the I-Moon plan, the man whose Genjutsu ran Yagura for 6 years, receives the intelligence assessment. His Jinchuriki is gone. The 3-tails' current status is uncertain. The entity responsible consumed the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast's chakra in a single operation that left nothing to recover. His plan requires 9 tailed beasts, and the beast that was meant to be his easiest acquisition, the one he was already controlling through a puppet Mizukage, has been eaten by something his architecture was never designed to account for. The disruption runs deeper than lost assets. The entity carries the 9 tails. Whatever remains of the 9 tails seal, if anything remains at all, is inside a biological system that has been consuming everything it encounters for 3 years. The QB is fuel now, woven into a viral mass that treats chakra as building material rather than energy to be contained. Extracting it from what Naruto has become would require dismantling the viral consciousness itself. And the intelligence report suggests that dismantling anything about this entity has never once been achieved by any force brought to bear against it. Pain sends Itachi and Kasame for reconnaissance. They arrive at the Land of Water's coast on a gray morning. 2 figures in black cloaks with red clouds, standing at the waterline with the specific posture of people who are here to look at something rather than fight it. Itachi's Sharingan is active behind the inactive facade of his face, 3 tomoe spinning, recording everything in his visual field with the passive thoroughness that defines his interaction with the world. Kisame stands beside him with the weight of his previous encounter evident in what he chooses to leave unsaid. "I fought it," Kisame says. His voice carries no performance. "And?" Samahata said no. "I agreed." Itachi processes this the way he processes everything, rapidly, completely, without external indication of the computation's speed or depth. His intelligence maps 3 years of disappearance patterns across the continent. The Shukaku engagement in Konoha, the 3 tails data from a week ago, and the testimony of the most physically durable active operative in the Akatsuki's roster choosing withdrawal as his response to engagement. The calculation runs. His face gives nothing while it runs. They move inland. Their approach is measured, observation distance rather than engagement distance. the specific range that allows data collection without commitment. They move through the forest toward the Mist's capital with the practiced stealth of two people who have been doing infiltration work at the highest level for years. Naruto finds them before they close the gap. The birds leave first, 300 meters ahead of the approaching heat signatures, flocks rising from the canopy in the expanding wave pattern that has become his passive detection radius. His thermal vision reads two bright sources moving through the forest at infiltration speed. Their footfall rhythm carries the signature of trained approach. Their trajectory aims at a point 2 kilometers from the capital's outer wall. He steps out of the tree line and onto the road. He stands in their path before they reach the point where they believe they have located him. The morning mist curls around his feet. The road stretches in both directions, empty, lined with old-growth trees, the specific geography of a country in the process of remembering what peace looks like. They see him at 80 meters. Itachi stops. Kasame stops half a step later. Two pairs of eyes, one carrying the most famous dojutsu in the shinobi world, the other carrying the flat assessment of previous experience, rest on the boy standing in the road. Itachi's Sharingan reads the chakra signature and returns nothing it can parse. Everything about the target is being captured, and none of it files into any existing category. The pathways are absent. The network is absent. What exists in place of a standard chakra system is a continuous mass that the Sharingan registers as a single solid color rather than the flowing channels it expects to see. I am what Konoha built and could not bury. Naruto's voice carries across the distance. The distortion beneath it makes the air feel different, heavier, wrong, a frequency that the mist itself seems to curl away from. Itachi registers the weight of the statement. The Sharingan records the face, still recognizably the face from the academy enrollment photograph, still carrying the whisker marks and the blonde hair, still fundamentally a child's face. But what sits behind it has consumed enough of the world to make the child's face a technicality rather than a truth. You've done something similar to what I did, Itachi says. His voice is even and carries no judgment, though I suspect your reasons were simpler. My reasons were that they tried to own what they created. I don't accept ownership. And the Akatsuki will learn the same lesson. The intelligence exchange that follows is two professionals probing each other's limits. Itachi asking questions whose answers serve Pain's analytical needs, Naruto providing exactly as much as serves his own purpose and nothing more. It is a conversation between two people who are too intelligent to fight each other here, too dangerous to pretend the other is dismissible, and too honest to perform a warmth neither feels. Itachi makes his decision 3 minutes into the exchange. The Sharingan has captured data it cannot categorize. The Mangekyo's Genjutsu techniques require a target with conventional neurology, a brain that processes visual input through standard pathways, synapses that fire in patterns the Genjutsu can hijack. What he is looking at has no conventional neurology. What he is looking at processes visual input through a viral mass that treats incoming sensory data as information to be absorbed rather than signals to be followed. Tsukuyomi would enter that system and be consumed the way everything else is consumed, and the wielder's consciousness encoded in the technique would go with it. He turns. The motion is clean, no hesitation, no parting threat, the simple economy of a man who knows when engagement is the wrong answer and does not waste either party's time pretending otherwise. Kasame watches his partner arrive at the same conclusion he reached 3 weeks ago and acknowledges it with a single expression that communicates, "Told you." They leave. Two black cloaks disappearing into the mist the way they arrived, without drama, without engagement, carrying intelligence that will flow to Pain and from Pain to Obito, and from Obito into a final calculation that determines what comes next. Naruto watches them go. Then he turns back toward the capital, back toward where Mei is in a council meeting rebuilding a nation from its foundations, back toward the center of what he has chosen to occupy. 6 months pass in the land of water. Mei's mist rebuilds. The intelligence that flows through Naruto's consumed networks feeds the reconstruction. Gado's shipping routes reopened under new management, providing economic stability to a nation that has been bleeding resources into a war for 6 years. The accumulated operational knowledge of over 100 professionals, 3 swordsmen, and a jinchuriki flows into the reconstruction from a mind that absorbed them all and offers the relevant pieces with the same efficiency it applies to everything. Naruto operates from the land of water as a territorial fact. The shinobi world adjusts to this fact with the specific discomfort of established powers, acknowledging a new geography that they neither created nor control. He is there. He does not move. The mist rebuilds around his presence, and what rebuilds is stronger than what was, because the thing at its center ensures that nothing threatens what is being built. Pain sends 3 pairs in sequence. He does not ask for their return, because the intelligence assessment has already told him what return means against this particular target. He sends them as a measured expenditure, each pair representing a probe, a test, a data point for the calculation that will determine whether the 6 paths themselves deploy. Deidara arrives first, with Sasori trailing in the hunched form of Hiruko. The artist approaches from the air, his preferred medium, the domain where his work achieves its full expression. The clay bird that carries him circles above the coastline at the kind of altitude that puts most opponents beyond response range. He surveys the terrain below with the practiced eye of someone who has turned destruction into aesthetic philosophy. He sees Naruto on the shore and decides this is his gallery. The C1 sculptures come first, small, fast, dozens of them raining from the bird's altitude like white hail. They detonate on contact with the ground around Naruto's position, each explosion significant enough to crater stone, the combined effect turning a 50-meter radius into a landscape of overlapping blast zones. Smoke and debris and the particular acrid smell of Deidara's explosive compounds fill the air in a cloud that obscures visibility for 30 seconds. The smoke clears. Naruto stands unmarked at the center of the blast pattern. His posture has shifted, the armor engaged across his surface, the viral plating catching the light with the wet sheen of something organic wearing the function of metal. The craters surround him. The smoke drifts. His eyes track upward to the bird circling above, with the patience of something that has been hit by attacks with more force than this, and continued eating breakfast. Deidara's jaw works. His professional assessment adjusts. The target is durable. The target requires escalation. He pulls a larger mass of clay from his pouches. His hands work it with the concentration of someone who takes his craft seriously enough that even combat deployment carries creative investment. The construct that emerges is massive. A bird the size of a building, wings spread, beak open. The C3 designation etched into its structure with enough explosive force to level a city block. It drops. The detonation is enormous. The pressure wave radiates outward from the impact point with enough force to flatten trees in a 200-meter radius. The sound reaches 3 kilometers. The flash is visible from the capital's walls. The crater that remains where the C3 detonated is deep enough that groundwater seeps up from the fractured earth beneath. Naruto climbs out of the crater. The armor is dusty. The viral plating shows no fracture, no crack, no mark that registers the most powerful conventional explosive in Deidara's arsenal as anything beyond a weather event that happened nearby. Above, on the clay bird, Deidara's expression moves through several phases in rapid sequence. Disbelief first, then professional offense, then the specific desperation of an artist whose masterwork has been received with indifference. That was my best work. You're supposed to. Your best work barely warmed my skin. The voice carries up. The distortion reaches the bird's altitude. Deidara hears it, and something in his face goes past offense into the territory of genuine existential challenge. The recognition that his art, the thing he has built his identity around, the creative force he has killed for and died for in all the ways that matter to him, achieves nothing against the thing below. He deploys the C4, the microbomb technique. Invisible explosives, small enough to enter a target's body through respiration and detonate at the cellular level. It is his ultimate technique, his answer to every defense. A weapon designed to bypass armor entirely by operating below the threshold of conventional protection. The C4 cloud descends. It enters the air around Naruto's position. The microbombs filter into the space where his body exists. They encounter the viral mass. The Blacklight Virus operates at the cellular level. It is alive at the cellular level. It identifies foreign material at the cellular level. The C4 microbombs enter the outermost layer of the viral mass and are cataloged, surrounded, and neutralized in the time between one heartbeat and the next. The explosive chakra that should detonate finds itself consumed before the detonation trigger fires. The viral mass treating the incoming material as exactly what it treats everything else. Resources. Nothing explodes. The C4 achieves nothing. The whip fist extends upward. It crosses the distance between ground level and Deidara's altitude in a motion that looks like a black line drawn between 2 points. Origin to destination, the speed of it making the intervening distance meaningless. The bladed tendril wraps around the clay bird's wing and pulls. Deidara falls. The landing is hard and the consumption that follows is fast, the tendrils erupting from the point of contact before the artist has finished registering that he is on the ground. 8 seconds. Everything Deidara was flows into the viral mass. Every Akatsuki meeting point, the communication chain, the identity of Pain's 6 bodies, and the location of the real Nagato. The information lands in Naruto's consciousness. With the weight of a strategic map completing itself, Sasori emerges from Hiruko. The puppet master stands in his true form, the red hair, the youthful face that has remained unchanged for decades because the body beneath it is wood and mechanism rather than flesh. His puppets deploy from scrolls, hundreds of them, the full collection of a lifetime's work, each one carrying a different weapon, a different poison, a different vector of attack. They come in waves. The poison delivery systems, contact toxins, air dispersal agents, injectable compounds carried on blade tips and needle launchers hit Naruto's surface from every angle simultaneously. The viral mass identifies each compound as it arrives, catalogs the molecular structure, generates the counter agent, neutralizes the effect. Every poison fails. Every toxin is consumed. Every chemical weapon in Sasori's extensive pharmacological arsenal meets something that reads incoming compounds as information rather than threats. The third Kazekage puppet deploys its iron sand technique. Magnetic particulate forms into shapes, needles, barriers, crushing formations, all directed at Naruto with the precision control of a puppet master operating at the peak of his craft. The iron sand drives against the shield that forms across Naruto's left arm. The viral plating presents a surface that the magnetic particles cannot penetrate because the density exceeds what the technique's force can overcome. The iron sand loses. The puppet cracks against the shield's surface. The magnetic control fails as the viral mass at the contact point generates a frequency that disrupts the chakra maintaining the magnetic alignment. Sasori's puppets fall. One by one, then in groups, then all at once. The mechanisms failing, the strings severing, the full collection of decades of work collapsing into inert wood and metal and silence. The puppet master stands behind the wreckage of his arsenal with a youthful face that cannot show age, showing something else instead. The recognition that a lifetime of craft has been answered by something that treats craft as irrelevant. The consumption tendrils reach his core, the single cylinder of living tissue that houses his consciousness. 7 seconds. What remains of Sasori's humanity, enough to complete absorption, the memories and techniques and accumulated knowledge of a master craftsman, flows into the viral mass and is filed. Kakuzu and Hidan arrive 3 weeks later. Hidan first, because Hidan operates on faith rather than assessment, and his faith tells him that Jashin's power answers everything, and the power is proven through the ritual, and the ritual requires blood. He cuts his palm during the engagement's opening seconds, grins with the specific ecstasy of a zealot about to demonstrate divine mandate, and drives his scythe toward Naruto's torso to draw the blood that his ritual requires. The scythe connects. It opens the surface of Naruto's chest. What flows out is wrong. Black viral fluid rather than red blood, pulsing with a rhythm that has nothing to do with arterial pressure, moving with a viscosity that is closer to heated tar than anything a human circulatory system produces. Hidan catches the fluid on his blade. He draws it to his mouth, the ritual's requirement, the blood that establishes the link between his body and the targets. The fluid touches his tongue. The taste is nothing he recognizes. The ritual does not engage. The link does not form. Jashin's power, whatever supernatural mechanism it operates through, requires human blood, and what Hidan just put in his mouth is not human blood. It is not blood at all. It is the liquid expression of a viral consciousness that processes death as a concept relevant to other things. Hidan's face shifts from ecstasy to confusion to the specific anger of a man whose one tool has been invalidated by target specifications nobody briefed him on. He spits. He swings the scythe again, this time without ritual purpose, pure violence, the frustration of inefficacy converted into kinetic expression. Your god isn't big enough for this. Naruto's voice lands the way it always lands, with the distortion and the finality and the weight of something that has looked at divinity and filed it under irrelevant. His right arm shifts into claws. 5 curved blades of hardened viral tissue extend past his fingertips. Hidan cannot die conventionally. The Jashin ritual grants functional immortality. The body persists regardless of damage. But a man separated into segments, distributed across significant distances, with each segment unable to reconnect to the others because the cutting surfaces have been sealed by viral tissue that refuses to allow regeneration at the join points. That man is no longer a functional problem. He is a logistics issue stored in several locations. The claws separate Hidan into 7 pieces in 4 seconds. Each cut seals itself at the viral level, the residual biomass on the blade's edge coating each separation point, forming a barrier that Hidan's regenerative ability cannot cross. His voice continues from several of the segments, profanity mostly, the specific vocabulary of a man who has never been inconvenienced at this level and finds the experience beneath his dignity. Naruto turns to Kakuzu. The older man stands at distance. 5 hearts, 5 chakra natures, a century of accumulated combat experience and a consumption methodology of his own, taking organs from defeated opponents, extending his lifespan through stolen biological material. He looks at Naruto and he recognizes something. The method is different. The mechanism is different. But the principle, take what you defeat, grow stronger from it, continue, is something Kakuzu has been operating on for longer than any other living shinobi. 5 hearts. You've been at this a long time, longer than you've been alive. That changes today. The thread constructs deploy, Kakuzu's body separating, the 4 extra hearts taking independent form, each one a masked creature wielding a different elemental nature. Fire, water, wind, lightning. Each one launching its element simultaneously from different vectors, a convergence attack designed to overwhelm through volume and variety. The claws tear through the threads, connecting the first heart to its body before the fire blast reaches its target. The hammer fists form on the blade's downswing, the left arm expanding mid-combat, the massive fist crushing the water nature mask as it launches its technique. The armor engages across his torso as the wind blast hits, the compressed air shattering against viral plating without leaving a mark. The lightning nature mask fires point blank and the shield catches it. The electrical energy absorbed into the viral mass and converted to heat that radiates off his surface in visible waves. 4 masks, 20 seconds, each one torn from its host and crushed. Kakuzu stands with 1 heart remaining, a century of survival, a century of taking from others what he needed to continue. He looks at the thing that is taken from him in 30 seconds, what it took him 100 years to accumulate, and his expression carries something I can only describe as professional respect at the point of its terminus. The 5th heart fails under the claws. Kakuzu goes still. The consumption takes him. A century of accumulated power flowing into viral biomass. The surge is visible as heat distortion around Naruto's frame. His eyes burn steady red through the entire integration. 100 years of stolen life, absorbed in 7 seconds. Konan arrives alone. She comes on paper wings, the sheets folding around her body in a cloak that catches the wind and carries her with the grace of someone whose technique has become inseparable from her movement. She lands 20 meters from Naruto's position. Her paper does not deploy offensively. Her hands remain at her sides. Pain will come himself. He wanted me to see you first. And she looks at him. Her eyes carry the intelligence of a woman who has stood beside one of the most powerful beings in the shinobi world for decades and knows what power looks like when it has been earned versus when it has been assumed. She reads what is in front of her with the honest assessment of someone who has stopped lying to herself about what the Akatsuki was and what it became. You're not what I expected. Nobody ever is. She turns. She leaves, paper wings reforming around her body, lifting her into the air with the same grace she arrived with. She carries no injury and no grudge and no obligation to continue. What she carries back to Pain is the confirmation of everything the consumed Deidara intelligence already told Naruto. The six paths are coming. The real confrontation is approaching. And behind the six paths, the real question waits. Naruto chooses the terrain. Open country. A plain southeast of the Mist Capital, flat and wide and free of any infrastructure that belongs to the nation. Mei is rebuilding. No buildings. No roads. No population. Just earth and grass and sky. A geography that can absorb whatever happens to it without costing anyone their home. He sends the location through a channel that Deidara's consumed intelligence gives him access to. The message is brief. The line appended to it reads, "Come, bring all six." They come at dawn. The six paths of pain descend from different angles. 6 bodies, 6 pairs of Rinnegan eyes, each one carrying the same mind distributed across different forms and different capabilities. They arrive with the weight of something that has decided what this meeting is before it begins. The animal path touches down first, its summons already manifesting before its feet reach the ground. Massive creatures erupting from the summoning dimension in a wave that fills the plane with targets. Chameleons, Cerberus dogs, birds of absurd wingspan. The full catalog of the path's arsenal, deploying simultaneously across a radius that would overwhelm any conventional threat through sheer volume. Naruto stands at the center of the plane, and his body opens. Tendril Barrage Devastator. The black spikes erupt outward in every direction simultaneously. Every summon in the first wave, every dog head, every chameleon, every aerial construct pins to the ground in one explosive second. The plane rearranges. What was flat becomes a field of black spires and suspended corpses. The landscape redrawn in the space between one heartbeat and the next. The 6 paths recalibrate. The animal path summons again. The creatures regenerating from the initial wave, new ones joining. The human path moves forward. The Preta path flanks left. The Ashura path deploys its mechanical components. The Naraka path holds back. The Deva path, the central body, the primary combat platform, hangs back and watches. The Preta path reaches engagement range first. Its hands extend, the absorption technique activating the palms that eat chakra, pressing toward Naruto's surface with the confidence of a technique that has never encountered energy it could not consume. Palm meets flesh. The Preta path's absorption technique reaches into the viral biomass and finds nothing it recognizes. The mechanism is built to latch onto chakra pathways and drain their content, to follow the network, to empty the channels. There are no channels. There are no pathways. There is a mass, and the mass responds to the contact by reaching back along the absorption vector with the same consuming intent. The viral mass follows the Preta path's technique inward, flowing through the contact point into the body behind the hands, entering the Rinnegan-linked flesh the way water enters cloth. The Preta path goes still, its eyes dim. One of the 6 Rinnegan connections goes dark as the body ceases to function, consumed from the inside through its own absorption vector. Nagato, wherever he sits in his mechanical chair, feels 1/6 of himself simply end. 5 paths remain. The human path lunges for Naruto's head, its technique requiring cranial contact to extract the soul from a target's body. Its hand reaches for his forehead and finds its fingers closing on something that does not register as possessing a discrete soul signature. The technique fires into viral biomass and grasps at nothing, reaching through layers of consumed consciousness, millions of integrated memories, no single soul to pull because what lives in this body is a composite rather than an individual. The human path's confusion lasts 1 second. The claws end it. The Naraka path summons the king of hell, the massive head rising from the earth, mouth opening to deliver its judgment. It manifests fully. It looks at Naruto. The ancient summoning, old enough that its memories predate the Sage of 6 Paths himself, makes a sound. The sound is difficult to describe because it exists in a register that human ears were never designed to receive. It is the sound of something very old encountering something it has no framework for and deciding that the encounter is over. The king of hell sinks back into the earth without delivering judgment. The Naraka path stands above the empty ground where its summoning just refused to engage and has 1 second to process this before the blade sweeps through its torso. The Ashura path deploys its full mechanical arsenal: missiles, laser-like focused chakra blasts, the extended arm cannons that fire with enough force to destroy buildings. All of it hits the armor. All of it produces results on the landscape behind and around the target. None of it produces results on the target itself. The armor stands. The armor does not crack. The hammer fist that answers the barrage connects with the Asura Path's mechanical torso, and the engineering inside it ceases to be engineering. The Deva Path. Last. The body that carries the fullest expression of Pain's combat power. It raises one hand, Shinra Tensei. The push wave radiates outward from the Deva Path's position, a repulsive force that displaces everything within its radius. The air compresses. The ground crazes outward. The force meets Naruto at full intensity. The shield forms. The push wave hits the viral plating and disperses around it, flowing past on both sides, displacing the earth to Naruto's left and right, while the viral wall at the center holds like a boulder in a river. He advances through the push. Each step against the repulsive force is a step that should be impossible. The technique designed to repel everything without discrimination, meeting something dense enough to resist the discrimination. Bansho Tenin follows. The pull, dragging everything toward the Deva Path's position. Naruto's body lurches forward as the gravitational manipulation grabs him. Muscle mass fires, legs anchoring, the viral tissue increasing its density to resist the pull, his frame becoming heavier in response to the force trying to move it against his will. Chibaku Tensei, the Deva Path's final technique. A sphere of compressed gravity launches upward, the black core rising above the plane, drawing matter toward itself with the irresistible pull of a manufactured singularity. Earth rises, stone tears free, trees uproot. The debris spirals upward, compressing around the core, forming a moon of rock that grows as it pulls more material from the surrounding landscape. The pull catches Naruto. His feet leave the ground. The gravitational force is beyond what anchoring can resist. The technique designed to contain tailed beasts, to compress entire battlefields into a single point. He rises into the forming sphere. Stone compresses around him. Layers of earth and rock close over his position as the Chibaku Tensei builds its prison around its target. The sphere completes. It hangs above the devastated plane, massive, spherical, silent. The Deva Path lowers its hand. 5 seconds of recharge before the next major technique becomes available. From inside the sphere, a sound. Cracking. Then more cracking. Then the specific resonance of something hitting stone from the inside with a force that stone cannot answer. Hammer fists, both simultaneously in all directions. The sphere cracks along every fault line at once. The fractures radiate from the center outward, visible as light in the gaps as the trapped energy inside seeks exit vectors. The stone moon shatters. It explodes outward in a rain of debris that falls across the plane in a radius that turns the landscape into a crater field. From the center of the destruction, from the space where the Chibaku Tensei held him for 8 seconds, Naruto falls. He lands on his feet. The armor smokes. The morning light catches the viral plating and the red burn of his eyes behind it. 5 seconds. The Deva Path's recharge window. The whip fist crosses 40 meters in the time between the 4th second and the 5th. The bladed tendril wraps around the Deva Path's torso at the precise moment the technique's cooldown would have ended. At the precise moment, the push wave would have become available again. It constricts. The Deva Path ceases to function. 6 bodies lie across the devastated plane. The tendrils come for each, pulling them in one by one, the consumption taking the Rinnegan-linked flesh and the information encoded in each body's neural architecture. Each absorption transmits the experience of being consumed back through the link to Nagato, a man in a mechanical chair feeling his extensions die and being eaten simultaneously. The feedback carrying the full sensory experience of dissolution. Nagato comes himself. The Ghetto Mazo carries him. The great statue, ancient, enormous, built from what remains of the Sage of Six Paths' original power, rises from a summoning that displaces the air for 100 meters in every direction. Nagato sits within its mouth, his atrophied body barely visible within the statue's architecture. The Rinnegan blazes from his eyes with the full intensity of a man who has just lost 6 bodies and is bringing everything remaining. The statue is the largest single object in this story. It towers over the plain, 60 meters tall, its form humanoid but wrong, the mouth hanging open with a darkness inside it that swallows light. The chains that compose parts of its body rattle with each step. The earth shakes. Nagato speaks from within the statue's mouth. His voice carries the acoustics of the Gedomazo's architecture, amplified, resonant, given weight beyond what a frail man's throat should produce. You consume without purpose. You destroy without vision. You are force without philosophy. A natural disaster that believes itself a person because it remembers being one. Naruto stands in the shadow of the Gedomazo and looks up at the man inside it. Tell me your philosophy then. Tell me what makes killing thousands for peace different from killing thousands for any other reason. The difference is understanding. The world cannot learn to value peace without learning the cost of its absence. Every war teaches. Every atrocity educates. The cycle of violence continues because people forget, because generations grow up without knowing what their parents knew about the price of conflict. I am the reminder. I am the lesson that each generation receives so that the following generation might choose differently. And if they don't choose differently, if the next generation fights anyway, then the lesson repeats as many times as necessary until the world understands that the cost of violence exceeds what any objective is worth. You want peace through fear. I am what happens when there's nothing left to fear. The Gedomazo's mouth opens wider. The compressed energy within fires downward, a blast of pure chakra that hits the ground where Naruto stands with enough force to crater the earth 30 meters deep. The armor takes it. The blast disperses against the viral plating, and the crater forms around him rather than through him. He climbs the Gedomazo. The tendrils erupt from his body in dozens, each one latching onto the statue's surface, finding purchase in the ancient architecture, pulling him upward along the statue's body the way a climbing organism ascends a structure far larger than itself. The statue's chains swing at him, massive links of supernatural metal sweeping through the air with the force of buildings in motion. The armor absorbs the impacts. His progress does not slow. He reaches the statue's chest. The tendrils drive inward, boring through the ancient matter that composes the Gedomazo's body, reaching the core where the collected tailed beast chakra sits in partial containment. The virus finds it. Residual energy from captured beasts, incomplete but substantial, stored in the statue's structure like fuel in a tank. He takes it. The power surge is visible from the capital's walls. A corona of red-black energy erupts from his frame, expanding outward in a sphere of visible force that disrupts the air for 2 kilometers in every direction. His eyes blaze. The ground beneath the Gedomazo cracks from the pressure output alone. The tailed beast chakra integrates into his viral mass with the same totality that everything integrates, becoming part of him, becoming fuel, becoming power without ceiling or limit. The Gedomazo collapses. Without the collected chakra sustaining it, without the Rinnegan directing it, the ancient structure fails. It falls in sections, limbs separating, torso cracking, the head dropping from 60 meters to the ground with an impact that registers on seismic sensors 3 countries away. Nagato falls with it. His mechanical chair tumbles from the collapsing mouth and hits the devastated earth with the sound of metal meeting stone. He lies in the wreckage, frail, spent, his body so atrophied by years of powering the 6 paths that what remains is barely enough to sustain breathing. His Rinnegan blazes from a face that has nothing left behind the eyes except the mind that directed everything. Naruto descends from the statue's remains. He lands in front of the mechanical chair. He looks down at the man who built a god from grief and called the god justice. Your pain was real. Your answer was wrong. Nagato looks up at him. The Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the sage, the eyes that see all of creation's possible paths, look at the things standing over them and find something they cannot categorize, cannot judge, cannot place within any cosmological framework the eyes were designed to interpret. Perhaps, Nagato says. His voice is a whisper without the Gedo Mazo's amplification. Perhaps the world was always going to produce something like you, something that does not argue with the system, something that eats it instead. The consumption takes 7 seconds. The Renegade's abilities, every path, every technique, the gravity manipulation and the soul extraction and the summoning and the restoration and the dimensional push flow into the viral biomass in a wave that makes Naruto's eyes burn purple for 3 full seconds. The viral intelligence catalogs each ability with the same thoroughness it applies to everything. The eyes return to their blue-red burn. Conan arrives at the aftermath. Her paper wings fold against her back as she lands at the devastated field's edge. The plane is cratered. The Gedo Mazo's remains lie scattered across a radius of 200 meters. The body of the man who was her world for 30 years is gone. She stands at the edge and looks at what remains. Was it fast? Yes. Then I have no quarrel with you. His dream died with him. She turns. Her paper wings reform. She rises, ascending above the devastated plain, above the evidence of everything that just happened, into a sky that does not care about the affairs below it. She leaves. Her trajectory carries her away from the land of water, away from the Akatsuki's infrastructure, away from everything that connects her to the organization that no longer exists. He lets her go. The recognition that her path and his path do not intersect carries an honesty that deserves the response of release rather than consumption. The Akatsuki is finished. The organization that built itself across decades of coordinated catastrophe, its members consumed or scattered, its statue destroyed, its plan dismantled at every structural point, ceases to exist in the space of 6 months. The collected tailed beast chakra that was meant to power a weapon capable of holding the world hostage now lives inside a viral consciousness that has no interest in holding anything hostage, because holding things hostage requires that they have the option of refusing, and refusal implies a world where Naruto's presence is negotiable. One piece remains. Obito Uchiha comes without a mask. He arrives on a cliff above the ocean outside Kiri, phasing through matter on Kamui's space-time edge, the technique that makes him untouchable, flickering as his body transitions from the intangible to the solid. He materializes in the late afternoon light with the sea behind him, and the city visible in the distance, and the face he shows is the face he was born with, scarred on the right side from the boulder that should have killed him decades ago. The Mangekyou Sharingan spinning in both eyes, the expression of a man who has run out of masks because masks serve a strategy, and his strategy ended when the last of his assets was consumed. He stands on the cliff with the wind pulling at his hair and the light pulling at his face, and he shows Naruto everything. I built the Akatsuki. I pushed Yagura. I arranged the Nine Tails attack on Konoha. I spent decades building a world where people like you and me get manufactured by the people above us and used until we stop being useful. His voice carries weight. The words fall with the specific gravity of someone who has been holding them for 30 years and has decided that holding them no longer serves any purpose. And my answer was to put the world to sleep before it could make more of us. Naruto stands 10 meters away on the same cliff. The sea stretches behind both of them, gray, endless, indifferent. The wind that touches them both carries salt and the distant sound of waves on rock. And you think I'll tell you that you were wrong. I think you're the only person alive who might understand why I wasn't. The afternoon light deepens between them. Two entities made by the same machine, the shinobi system, the village architecture, the apparatus that takes children and produces weapons and calls the output service. One was crushed under a boulder and lost everything he loved and decided the world's consciousness was the problem to be solved. The other was strapped to a table and injected with something that rewrote his existence at the cellular level and decided the world's architecture was the problem to be consumed. Your dream, Naruto says, the infinite Tsukuyomi. Everyone asleep, everyone dreaming whatever they want to dream. No pain, no loss, no choices. No war, Obito says. No dead friends, no children on tables in basements, no 8-year-olds with needles in their arms. Everyone gets the world they want. The world they want, decided by you. Decided by their own desires. The technique creates the dream from the dreamer's heart, and the dreamer never wakes. The dreamer never chooses to live with what is real rather than what is comfortable. The dreamer never builds anything, because building requires the acceptance that what exists is imperfect and the willingness to improve it rather than escape it. Obito's expression shifts. Something behind the Mankyo, behind the eternal pattern that has seen too much and recorded all of it, acknowledges the point without accepting it. And what is your answer? You consume the things that threaten what you've decided should exist. You eat the opposition. You remove the obstacles by absorbing them into yourself. How is that different? How is your version of the world, the version where anything that disagrees with you becomes part of you, different from my version where everyone dreams their own peace? I'm the virus. The village was always the sickness. The words land between them with the weight of everything that has happened since a child opened his eyes on a table 40 meters beneath Konoha's streets. The echo of the first time he said it, in a basement, in a different voice, in a body that was still learning what it was, resonates beneath the current delivery. The same truth, the same assessment, tempered by 3 years and 100 consumed lives, and the specific clarity that comes from having eaten enough of the world to understand its complete architecture. Obito hears it. He hears the echo beneath it. And what crosses his face is the recognition that the argument is finished, because they have never been having the same argument. His argument was against consciousness, against the state of being aware in a world that uses awareness as a weapon against the aware. Naruto's argument was never against consciousness. It was against the structures that make consciousness a prison rather than a state. The pause stretches, the sea moves, the wind carries it. Then we have nothing left to talk about, Obito says. He phases. The Kamui technique activates, Obito's body losing its interaction with physical space, becoming intangible, the matter of the cliff and the air and the light passing through him, as if he had stepped into a parallel dimension that occupies the same coordinates. He moves through Naruto's first strike, the blade sweeping through the space his torso occupied and finding only empty air. Because the torso is no longer interacting with air at all, he solidifies behind Naruto. His hand forms seals, fire release launching from point-blank range, the flames hitting Naruto's back, the armor engaging to absorb the heat. He phases again before the response arrives. The whip fist passing through the space where his arm was a moment before the moment ended. He is untouchable. For the first time in this story, something fights Naruto that cannot be hit. The blade passes through. The hammer fists meet empty air. The claws find nothing solid. Every morph, every technique, every weapon in the viral arsenal fires at a target that refuses to interact with the physical plane long enough to receive damage. Obito can land attacks. He solidifies for the fractions of seconds required to launch techniques. Fire, physical strikes, the sucking pull of Kamui attempting to dimension shift portions of the viral mass. He phases out before the responses arrive. The cliff's surface craters and cracks under the exchanges that miss. The rock face behind them shows the evidence of blade strikes that found stone instead of flesh. 3 exchanges. 4. 5. Naruto's attacks hit nothing. Obito's attacks hit everything, but achieve nothing against the armor that absorbs whatever he produces. A stalemate. Except one side is expending chakra for every phase, and the other side is expending nothing for every miss. The assessment runs. The viral intelligence, the composite mind built from 100 consumed professionals, catalogs the problem. Kamui creates intangibility by shifting the user's mass partially into a personal dimension. The personal dimension is connected to the user through the Manjikyu space-time link. The user must solidify to interact with the physical world. The user must interact with the physical world to land attacks. The catalog runs deeper. Absorb techniques, Nagato's Preta path, contact absorption, the ability to consume chakra at a touch point. Kakuzu's threading, the ability to extend material along unexpected vectors. Sasori's puppet threading, the methodology of connecting to things at range through physical extensions. The viral intelligence synthesizes, modify the Preta path's contact absorption mechanism through the threading methodology. Apply it at the body's surface level rather than through directed hands. Make the body itself the trap rather than the weapon. Naruto stops moving. He stands on the cliff. He waits. Obito reads the stillness as opportunity. He solidifies, both hands forming the seals for a technique large enough to require full physical presence. His body becomes solid. His hands move, and the moment he is fully present in the physical world, the surface of Naruto's body changes. Every inch of his skin becomes an absorption surface. The Pretapath's technique, distributed across the total surface area of the viral mass, activates at the skin level, creating a field that does what the Pretapath's palms did, but does it everywhere simultaneously. Obito's technique launches. The chakra that composes it touches the field and is consumed on contact, drawn into the viral mass at the speed of light. The technique dissolving before it covers the distance between Obito's hands and its intended target. Obito's hands are still extended. His technique is gone, and the field is reaching back along the chakra connection between his hands and the energy he just expended, following the expenditure back to its source, the way the virus followed the curse mark back to Orochimaru years ago. He phases. The Kamui activates, his body shifting into the personal dimension, the intangibility asserting itself. Naruto's body follows. The viral mass, configured now as a consumption field operating at the molecular level, does not accept the dimension's boundary as relevant. The threading methodology maintains the connection between Naruto's surface and Obito's chakra signature. The connection persists across the dimensional shift. When Obito phases into Kamui space, the viral mass at the connection points phases with him. They are both in the Kamui dimension. The space is gray, featureless. Suspended matter floating at different altitudes, debris from years of Kamui use, things that entered the dimension and never left. The void stretches in every direction without horizon or reference point. Thermal vision renders it fully. Every suspended piece of matter, every potential surface, and the specific heat signature of Obito Uchiha, who is looking at the thing that just followed him into the one space he believed was entirely his own. Your dimension. My rules. The voice carries the distortion through the void, amplified by the silence of a space that was never designed to hold sound. Obito's expression, both Mangekyu Sharingan wide, both spinning at maximum speed, both recording something they were never built to catalog, carries the specific quality of genuine surprise for the first time in 30 years. He is in his own dimension. The thing he brought into it fills the space around him with expanding biomass, the viral mass freed from the surface constraints of the physical world, extending in every direction simultaneously, the tendrils reaching through the gray void with the expansion rate of something that has been waiting to exist without boundaries. The fight in the void is brief and total. Obito's intangibility requires a second dimension to phase into, and he is already in that dimension. There is nowhere else to go. There is no deeper layer of unreality to retreat to. He is solid here, because here is where solid means something, and the thing that is expanding around him knows he is solid and has been waiting for him to be. He phases back to the cliff. The Kamui deposits him in the physical world. Evening light, sea wind, the sound of waves. He stands on the rock breathing hard, both eyes burning with depleted chakra. The 30 years of sustained Kamui use having never once presented this specific problem. Naruto phases with him. The connection maintained across both transitions. One in, one out. The viral mass refusing to be left behind, the way it refuses to accept anything that does not serve its purpose. He stands on the cliff. Obito stands 5 meters away. The man's chest heaves. His chakra reserves, significant by any standard, sufficient to maintain the Kamui technique across decades of continuous use, are depleted past the threshold of sustained combat. He has nothing left. He spent everything he had on a technique that has never failed before tonight, and failed because the thing it was meant to exclude does not accept exclusion. Your dimension, my rules. The hammer fists form, both arms expand, the mass flowing to his extremities with the speed of a decision already made, the resulting limbs carrying the full density of everything he has consumed in the last 6 months of Akatsuki elimination. They connect. Obito leaves the cliff. His body crosses the cliff's edge and drops, the force of the hammer fist sending him into the air above the ocean, his trajectory a downward arc that terminates in the water below. He hits the surface, The splash carries upward in a column that catches the evening light. Naruto drops after him. No hesitation, no pause for consideration. He leaves the cliff and enters the water, and what follows beneath the surface is the final moments of a man who spent 30 years building a dream that would end the world's waking, meeting the end of his own. The whip fist finds him in the water. The tendrils follow. Obito Uchiha, the architect, the hidden face behind every coordinated catastrophe of the last 3 decades, the man who wanted the world to sleep rather than suffer, goes into the biomass. The memories flood in everything. The full Akatsuki history, Madara Uchiha's original plan, the moon, the eye, the genjutsu that would wrap the world in dreams. Every deviation Obito made from that plan. The Nine-Tails attack on Konoha, Obito's hand controlling the beast, his mask reflecting in the fourth Hokage's eyes. The manipulation of Yagura through layered genjutsu. The recruitment of every Akatsuki member, the promises made, the loyalties purchased and manufactured. 30 years of coordinated catastrophe encoded in the memory of the man who wrote every page of it. Naruto holds it all. Every piece of the shinobi world's worst construction, every Nangshin, every buried truth that powerful people have built their careers on keeping buried, he surfaces. The evening light catches the viral fluid running between his fingers. Black and red, pulsing with the rhythm of a heart that should have stopped in a basement years ago and refused. He stands on the water's surface and looks toward the cliff. Mei is at the cliff's edge. She watched from the moment Obito materialized to the moment the water swallowed both of them. Her face carries the stillness of someone who has been watching something she cannot intervene in and has made peace with the inability, because intervention would require a different relationship with what she is watching than the one she has. He walks across the water. He climbs the cliff, the viral tissue finding purchase in the rock face, carrying him upward with the ease of something that treats surfaces as suggestions rather than barriers. He reaches the top. She is still where she was, her hair caught in the sea wind, her single visible eye on him with the intensity of someone who has been counting the seconds since he went under the water and did not know, for the first time since she met him, whether the count would end in his return. She does not say what she felt during those seconds. She does not need to. What it cost her to stand on this cliff and watch and wait is written in the set of her shoulders and the tightness around her eye that is loosening now, releasing as his presence on the cliff confirms that the thing she feared for the first time in years was unfounded. "Is it over?" she asks. Her voice is level. Whatever it costs to make it level is hers alone. This part. And the next part, he looks at her. He looks at the sea, gray and moving and carrying nothing in it that belongs to the Akatsuki or to Obito Uchiha or to the machine that produced both. He looks back at her. "You're the Mizukage. What do you want it to look like?" "I want it to look like a world where the children I shelter don't need sheltering. Then we have work to do." She looks at him for a long moment. The evening light sits on both of them, warm and golden, and carrying the particular weight of a day ending after something enormous has been resolved. Her eye searches his face the way it has searched it since the beginning, reading, assessing, finding what she needs to find. Then she steps forward. She takes the front of his shirt in one hand and she pulls him toward her and she kisses him with the full weight of everything she felt on this cliff while he was under the water. The contact is hard and real and carries no uncertainty. It is a woman who has spent years at war choosing to be alive, choosing what being alive means, choosing who she wants next to her when the morning comes and the work starts. He answers it. His hands find her waist. The fingers that have ended things beyond counting rest against her body with a pressure that communicates presence rather than force. He holds her the way a man holds something he has decided to keep. And what passes between them in the sustained contact is the resolution of everything the story built toward. Earned, chosen, made real by the weight of what surrounds it. They separate. Her forehead rests against his. The cliff holds them. The sea moves below. The evening deepens around two people who have chosen each other through everything the world put between them and have arrived at a place where the choosing is done and what remains is the living of it. One final piece. The information arrives in Konoha the way all intelligence arrives, through channels, through analysis, through the slow accumulation of data points that form a picture no individual piece could show alone. The records from a destroyed laboratory buried in Root's operational archives surface when a clerk conducting routine file maintenance encounters a classification marker that exceeds his clearance. He reports it. The report travels upward. It reaches a desk where someone has the clearance to open it. Cross-references emerge. The laboratory's construction permits, never officially filed, existing only in Root's internal records. The pathogen acquisition report, a sealed cache outside Fire Country, a substance classified as a potential enhancement agent. The subject file, 8 years old at the time of procedure, name redacted, Jinchuriki status confirmed. The operational timeline connects to dates that correspond with 23 Root operatives going missing in a single night. The paperwork reaches the third Hokage. He brings it to the council. The pieces land on the table with the weight of years of silence finally producing sound. Danzo reads the room. He reads the faces of the council members. He reads the third Hokage's expression, the specific exhaustion of a man who has carried the suspicion of this for years and is now holding the confirmation. He reads the weight settling into the air around the table, and he understands with the clarity of a man who has been running calculations his entire life, that the calculation has arrived at its final answer. His silence has run its full distance. The council meeting ends without formal accusation. The evidence is on the table, and the evidence speaks for itself, and the formal proceedings will follow through the channels they must follow. Danzo walks out of the chamber. He walks to his office. He sits behind his desk. The room is the same room it has always been. The desk holds the same weight of papers it has always held. The walls carry the same seals, the same concealed exits, the same architecture of a man who has built his entire existence around the maintenance of secrets. He takes one document from the locked drawer beneath his desk, a prepared document, written months ago, perhaps years ago, the contingency of a man who plans for every outcome, including the outcomes he cannot prevent. A full admission of record, the Root experiment, the pathogen acquisition, the facility, the 8-year-old boy, the injection, the escape, the 3 years of silence that followed. He signs it, his hand is steady, the ink is clean. He places the document in the outgoing tray, the tray that his adjutant empties every morning for distribution through proper channels. He stands. He puts on his coat. He leaves the office. Naruto enters through the window 10 minutes later. The office is empty. The outgoing tray holds a single document. He reads it, the full confession, every piece, written in the handwriting of the man who put him on a table and pushed a needle into his arm. He holds the document for 3 seconds. Then he moves to Danzo's communication terminal, the Root-specific network, the channels that connect to every intelligence desk, every embedded operative, every back channel that Root has maintained for decades without official oversight. He sends the document. Through Root's own channels, now fully accessible to a consciousness that consumed 23 of its operatives years ago. The distribution list. Every Kaj in the 5 great nations. Every major reporting outlet in Fire Country. Every council member with jurisdictional authority over Root's operations. Every oversight body that Danzo spent decades avoiding, the information releases. It does what information does when the dam that held it breaks. It flows everywhere, simultaneously, filling every space that was built to receive it and many spaces that were built to avoid it. The document arrives on desks across the continent. The silence that surrounded Root for decades becomes sound, becomes public, becomes impossible to maintain. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi reads the forwarded document. He reads it because his name is on the distribution list and the document demands his attention. And the weight of what it contains is something he has been preparing to carry since the day he realized what Danzo was. His face shows it. The exhaustion of having his failures counted, the failure to maintain oversight, the failure to prevent what happened in that basement, the failure to protect a child whose protection was his responsibility by every measure that mattered. He does not flinch from it. He carries it the way he has carried every failure of his long tenure, openly, fully, without the refuge of denial. In the streets below his office, a civilian passes a posted bulletin. The bulletin contains a summary of the document's contents, abbreviated, public-facing, written in the language of administrative disclosure. The civilian reads it again, goes home, tells someone. The information moves through the village the way water moves through soil, finding every gap, filling every space, reaching every person who lives in a village that built an architecture around silence and is now receiving the sound it held back for years. No resolution follows in this telling. The village continues. The machine gets examined. What happens to it from there belongs to other people on other days, other voices, other hands on other levers. The information is free. What grows from it is beyond the scope of what one consciousness, even one that has consumed 100 others, can or should determine. The land of water's coast in evening, the rebuilt capital behind him, lights coming on as darkness falls, the warm glow of a city finding its way back to ordinary life. The sound reaches him from a distance, voices, commerce, children playing in streets that were war zones a year ago. The ordinary music of a population that has been given back its future and is learning to trust the gift. The ocean ahead, the horizon clean and unbroken and holding nothing that threatens what is behind him. The waves come in with the rhythm they have always come in with, older than the shinobi system, older than villages, older than the concept of power that one generation imposes on the next. The sea does what it does regardless of who watches it, and there is something in that which he recognizes as kin. May finds him there. Her footsteps on the coastal rock, the measured stride, the owned ground, the specific way she walks when she is walking towards something she wants rather than something she needs. She stops beside him, shoulder to shoulder. Both facing the water, neither speaks for a long moment. The silence between them carries the specific quality of two people who have chosen each other without production or performance. The kind of silence that contains more than most conversations manage, the kind that means presence rather than absence. The evening deepens. The stars begin, faint at first, then brighter as the sun's last light releases its hold on the sky. The city behind them hums with the sound of life continuing. The sea in front of them holds its ancient rhythm. "Do you know what I thought the first time I saw you?" she says. Her voice is low, carrying the warmth she saves for moments that deserve it, rather than moments that expect it. "In the land of waves, standing over Zabuza with that thing coming out of your arm, that I was useful, that you were the most honest thing I'd ever seen. You didn't pretend to be less than you are. You didn't apologize for what you are. You just were it. And that was attractive. That was everything." The word lands between them with the weight of a story completing. Everything. The land of waves rooftop, and the open sea crossing, and the war and the swordsman and the tailed beast, and the Akatsuki falling one by one, and the cliff above the ocean where she waited while he went under the water. Everything, meaning all of it. Meaning what you are in total, without reduction, without the request that you be less for the comfort of someone standing next to you. He turns his head. She is already looking at him. That single visible eye holding his with the directness she has carried since their first exchange, the refusal to look away from anything that deserves to be seen. The evening light sits on her face and makes the auburn of her hair look like something between fire and copper, and the curve of her mouth holds everything she has decided about him and decided about herself and decided about what the combination produces. He reaches for her. His hand finds hers, fingers interlacing, the contact point between them carrying the specific weight of a choice made permanent through repetition rather than declaration. She squeezes once. He holds. They stand on the coast where a war ended and a country breathes, and the evidence of everything the virus consumed on its way here is scattered across the shinobi world behind them. What is in front of them is a question they have both already answered. They answered it on a rooftop in the land of waves. They answered it again in a war camp in the forest. They answered it in the Mizukage's damaged office with the hat on the desk and the door closed and the ceremony over. They answer it now by standing here together in the evening light and looking at the same horizon. The shinobi world spent a generation manufacturing things it could not contain. It built systems that produced weapons from children and called the output service. It built architectures that rewarded silence and punished honesty, and promoted the men who signed the orders over the people those orders consumed. It built all of this, and it built it so thoroughly that the only thing capable of answering it was something that operated outside every framework the system knew how to fight. Naruto Uzumaki was the answer. He was the answer to the question the system was too afraid to ask, not what threatens us, but what do we deserve? The virus decided. The virus consumed everything between itself and its conclusion, and what it concluded was this: a coast at evening, a woman beside him, a country rebuilding behind them, and the work continuing because the work always continues. The horizon holds the last of the light. The sea moves beneath it. Two people stand at the edge of a nation they rebuilt together and look at what comes next with the certainty of those who have already faced what came before. The virus does not sleep. The virus does not stop. The virus chooses what it builds as thoroughly as it chose what it consumed, and what it has chosen to build stands on this coast with auburn hair in the sea wind in a world that is learning, slowly, imperfectly, the way all real things are learned, to deserve what it has been given.
God damn, what a ride. If this viral Naruto apocalypse had you screaming holy shit, smash like, subscribe for more twisted what-if bangers, and drop your favorite fucked up moment below. Thanks for watching. Stay savage. We'll cook more next time.